Mr. Fola Adiola as he comes.
The Governor of Lagos State, the Deputy Governor of Lagos State, the Governor is just a couple of months older than me. I'm only older than the Deputy. Mrs. Bola Adeshola, who instructed that I be here today, I'm here. Ladies and gentlemen, quite a few speakers earlier aggregated will have been the keynote speech. But I'll say a couple of things. I want to congratulate the Lsetf on the 3rd edition of the Employment Summit. The intent of this summit is to foster inclusive and productive discussions on critical issues facing Lagos and Lagos State with respect to job creation. The theme for this summit, aptly titled Uniting for Impact, is even more pertinent than ever as we encounter increased complexities around our socio-economic landscape and grapple with macroeconomic instability, rising unemployment, multidimensional poverty, and significant income disparity. At a time of significant resource constraints and greater, but much needed public scrutiny of public financial management, the challenge to LSETF will be to let us all learn from each other and develop creative solutions to the complex problem of job creation, particularly for young people in Lagos. The challenge with using Lagos is that we seem to be presenting a complex problem as a simple problem. I do not know. Maybe, except for the national capital, Abuja, I do not know any greater recipients of people on an hourly and daily basis. So when we say it's a Lagos problem, we are trying to solve the problem of Lagos. The problem of Lagos has been complicated by the appropriation of Lagos by every Nigerian who feels he can find the means to just get into Lagos. Okay, if we agree that that is it, then we begin to appreciate the enormity, Mrs. Adeshola, of the assignment that is before you. Not to talk of the enormity of the assignment that is before these two gentlemen. Over the next 15 minutes, I hope to leave you with 3 important priorities for you to consider during your deliberations today. Youth unemployment continues to remain one of our most burning challenges. Our continent, Africa, has the youngest population in the world. And according to the World Bank, with 70% of sub-Saharan Africans under the age of 30, the Honorable Minister will be a representative of people under 30. I think his last birthday was 27. By 2030, over 40% of the global youth population will be Africans. And by 2050, the number of African youths is expected to reach 830 million people, with Nigerian youth being 1 in 3. Just for the sake of arithmetic, simple arithmetic, if we say is 750 and not 830. That's 250 million people that will be under the age of 30 by the year 250. And if we look at the way people are living wherever they are for Lagos, we can keep looking for the number that we need to plan for. This large youth demographic dividend, like the one in Lagos presents several potential opportunities for economic growth that can potentially lead to higher economic output and productivity, innovation through the creation of new businesses and industries fueled by fresh, youthful ideas and brimming energy. But it can also foster a dynamic consumer market, catering to needs and preferences of young people, particularly in sectors like retail, entertainment, technology, and human capital development. Potentially, is a much-needed fuel for economic reinvigoration and broad-based prosperity. Unfortunately, our youth bulge, particularly with the recent trends around human capital development, may not drive the economic growth and wealth creation that should be expected. And on the other hand, may instead become a demographic disadvantage. The Yorubas capture things graphically sometimes, and there is a saying which has the depth of meaning in its original form, Yoruba, Omo bere, Oshibere. So many poor children, so much poverty. The ILO in 2022 estimated that more than 1 in 4 young people in Africa, around 72 million, are not in any form of employment, they are not in any form of education, and they are not in any form of training. ILO also estimated that each year, up to 12 million youth in Africa enter a workforce that has only 3.1 million jobs. 12 million come into that available, and consequently, 1.7 million new jobs need to be created each month, Mrs. Adeshola, to meet employment needs. The Nigerian Bureau of Statistics reported a national unemployment rate of 13.8% in Q3 of 2023. Very recent, we could say, in the last 9 months. This was based on the new methodology defining anyone who has not worked in the past 7 days and has actively searched for work in the past 4 weeks and is available to start work as being unemployed. Previously, the definition of unemployed included individuals who work less than 20 hours per week. So we're starting to fiddle with definition that would then provide some numbers. And if we use those numbers for planning, we might start to get things wrong. And we find that we're planning, we're putting money on the basis of our plan, but we're not getting the outcome that we desired from those plans. This methodology shift has led to a significant decrease in the reported unemployment rate, and labor market experts arguing that it significantly underestimates the true extent of underemployment in Nigeria, particularly for young people who might engage in casual or informal work that falls outside the new definition. I will address this towards the end of the speech. 25 years ago, I sat in my office. We were in need of 25 people to join our team, and we had received applications from over 2,000 people. And because we didn't want the process to be without merit, we started creating hurdles. So, minimum second class upper. Then they had to take SAT type test or GMAT type test, not SAT. GMAT type test. These are people who have scored second class upper in their degrees just because we wanted to get 25 on merit. We put all these hurdles. But at the end of the day, the question I ask myself is, where do the rest go? We pump them back into the job market. And I thought about what got them here. And I came to the realization that for me and my generation, the mandate we were given from home was a very simple mandate. Go to school, study hard, get good grades, get a great job, and enjoy your life. Okay, so I started evaluating this mandate. Go to school. That must still be important. Study hard. Of course, I mean, why go there if you're not going to study hard? Get good grades, yes. All those are within the control of the individual. But when it comes to get a great job, control migrates to society. Are there great jobs? Are there jobs at all? And that's why we started having the problem. So I wondered whether I should hand over the same mandate to my children or I should look for another mandate. And in the reflection, I came across something that I thought for myself created a eureka moment for me. From get a great job, I tinkered with the word get to create back in the year 2000. Create a great job. And I reflected further that entrepreneurship was a compelling alternative to employment, one not superior to the other for the individual. And rather than leaving Unilag or leaving UI or leaving Yaba College of Technology and insist that you have to be a manager or called a manager or an engineer somewhere, you might as well go and create something that you do for as long as it is potentially rewarding and financially rewarding for you. That inflection journey was what got us to create Faith Foundation, with a focus on making entrepreneurship a driver for youth employment, whereby young people could be supported to start a business that will employ them in the first instance and create income pathways for themselves and create jobs for other young people. While the documentary was going on, Mr. Governor, I went out briefly, and on my way back into the hall, I saw a stall there, Happy Coffee. And I went to the stall, and the person attending to said, "What is Happy Coffee?" Just as we see Costa Coffee or Starbucks. And she said, "Oh, we make coffee, we make tea, we make this, we make that." And then somebody got up who I hadn't seen before and came to me and said, "I know you, sir. I was at Faith Foundation." This was the Faith Foundation. Yeah, so thinking back to 1999, 2000, that was what we saw. So I asked her, I said, "Is it profitable?" She said, "Very." "How many people are you employing now?" Oh, she said, "We've gone beyond all those small numbers. Oh. We now have a place in Ikeja where we do so many things." And I said, "Okay, I will look for Adenike and she will take me to your place in Ikeja." That's how they are dotted here and there. So what you are doing now may not, it's not instant coffee, okay? But in 10 years, and you know this, people who run into you, because Mr. Adeshola was a major part of Faith Foundation. So when I found her here, I said, it's okay. We're just continuing with what we're doing. That is the importance of what is here now. If I, as one person, run into people like this, who are now not looking for jobs, not giving me CV to help them give to the governor or to the deputy governor, but who are saying to me, they themselves have become employers, easing your own responsibility and reducing the amount of crime that could have been had they not been doing what they are doing. The LSCTF's core mission small and medium enterprises. Over the last 8 years, in a manner that will be productive. They are not meant to be lost. We need to create parameters for measurement. I'll come there. Indeed, an inclusive growth fair income, which should allow the individual or their family meet their basic needs for food, shelter, clothing, healthcare, and the education of their children. Number two, a decent job must happen in workplaces, both physical and virtual, that are safe and secure from hazards, while also ensuring psychological well-being. Number three, a decent job must present opportunities for growth, skills development, and foster a sense of purpose. And lastly, a decent job must ensure quality opportunities with no discrimination while promoting freedom of association. Not every business can chart the path of growth and scale, but as an agency set up to accelerate wide system change that can scale job creation across the state, the first task before the LSCTF today will be to map out the types of enterprises that are most likely to create significant impact within priority value chains and target growth sectors that are critical for mid to long-term economic transformation while providing direct and indirect decent jobs en masse. I think that's your first task. LSTF programs like Lagos Innovate, which focuses on tech ecosystem, and the Job Hub must be significantly scaled to align with the Lagos theme targets. We should be asking ourselves today in Lagos that through the LSCTF, how many decent jobs will be created over the next 1 to 3 years that align with the theme goals for the state? How will these businesses that can create out, and what are the investments that will be required to deliver this? I do hope to see this report within the next few months. Mr. Governor at his cabinet meeting must be looking at those proposals presented to him and be asking, if this goes through, what will be the impact on job creation? This is a 5 billion naira contract. How many jobs will it throw up? Not even in the short term, how many sustained jobs, but even how many jobs? Or are we just going to collect 10 billion from Lagos State, convert it to dollars, bring everything in, and plug them on the wall? And the only job that we'll have created will be the job of the person who got the contract and his own family. No, we need to start now looking at whatever it is that we do from the perspective of job creation. And that is where Lsetf can help a lot to do the audit of what we are approving in cabinet from this perspective. It's not easy, and don't let me present it as such. If in 2024 we're able to track 5%, and then in 2025 we push it to 15%, it is not going to happen overnight, because some of the things that we do need to be brought in for real, and we still have to bring them in. But when people know that the government is ready to take a risk on the people who are here doing serious things, then we start reducing those import content for the contract that we are giving. It's just a thought. One of the key headline progress indicators of a society is its Human Development Indicator. Developed by the UNDP, the HDI helps to assess a country's overall progress in terms of human well-being beyond just economic growth, with consideration for 3 key dimensions, namely a long and healthy life, access to knowledge, and a decent standard of living. Because I live in this state, and because I'm also privileged, I can call the governor, and if he doesn't answer, he has never failed to call me back. I can call the deputy governor, and so on and so forth. In the last 3 weeks or 4, we just found ourselves as a state with cholera in our midst. Mr. Governor, there is no other way to paint that outcome other than to say that we're in a poor environment. Cholera is never in an environment where there is pipe-borne water, where sanitation is okay. No. It's not a disease. It's not a third world disease necessarily. It's a poor environment disease. And you then ask yourself, given all that we do, how have we become a poor environment? The hurrieder we go, the behinder we get. That is our situation here. But we will be. If you listen to Mrs. Adeshola, you provide 100 jobs and you think that you have got a breakthrough, 150 people have arrived. How do we run ahead of those that are arriving? That's a challenge. But it's not an easy challenge. And it's not a challenge that we can just say, okay, Mr. Adeola said this is the solution. No. It is something that must engage us, and we continue to think through. And we now know that it's not 100 jobs that we need to create. It's 400 jobs that we need to, and we consistently, because we cannot, there's no other way to manage a nation other than to give in that nation. Nigeria can have immigration points. Lagos State cannot have immigration points. That's all. While unemployment rates are important, the HDI offers a more comprehensive picture of factors that impact youth development and job creation through focus on education, health, and well-being, and standard of living. So, for context, a high HDI score often indicates a well-educated workforce, a crucial factor for attracting businesses and creating jobs. In Lagos, where youth unemployment is a concern, a focus on improving education and aligning it with labor market needs is vital. Education, for what purpose? For what purpose? Let us put emphasis and incentivize the type of education that will hit entrepreneurship instantly. Let us do so. What gets rewarded is what gets done. There's nothing wrong with anybody going to the university to study Yoruba. We have a culture to study anything else. But those don't create jobs immediately, okay? So maybe those will be supported slightly less than the ones that help us solve our problem. That's what I'm saying. Before I get misunderstood, I'm saying that some disciplines should never be supported. No, it's a priority. It's a priority issue. Youth in good health are better equipped to participate in the workforce and contribute to economic growth. The HDI standard of living dimension captures factors like access to basic services and infrastructure. These factors influence overall environment for job creation. For example, a lack of reliable transportation will impact an individual's ability to access job opportunities. Investing in human capital means equipping people with knowledge, good health, and skills so that they can take on the jobs of today and create the jobs of tomorrow. If we don't do that, we are just increasing our expenditure heads because we need to now start feeding cholera, trying to get rid of cholera. But everybody knows that the reason we call for the education of everybody, but especially the girl child, is that is an educated mother that washes her hands before she starts making her child's food. It's an educated mother that puts alum in water, even where the water is not pure, before giving that water to her child. It's an educated mother that boils water and lets it settle before allowing people to drink. Every time we educate the girl child, we educate a lot more people. But it's not at the expense of the male child. All we are saying is that as many of our young people that can be exposed to education, we start reducing expenditure head. They fall in less, so we pay less over time on healthcare. So much on HDI. Enter the need to collaborate for wide-scale systemic impact. Collaboration has been at the heart of what we do at Faith Foundation, and it's our delivery mechanism. We have worked and continue to collaborate with private, public, and development sector partners to understand the evolving entrepreneurship ecosystem and better understand how to prioritize investments in knowledge, expertise, and resources to the entrepreneurs we support. We are proud to have partnered with Lsetf since inception to develop business guides for strategic sectors where entrepreneurship is lacking, but job opportunities abound. Thank you. As today's summit participants deliberate on the topic of collaboration, my second challenge to the Lsetf will be to get insights on how to address key human development indicators that are associated with rising labor force shortages. The intent will be to define indicators that will guide us all on how to better invest in employability programs and services with strong evidence of effectiveness so that we can co-create efforts to scale the most successful programs and initiatives. In preparing for this talk today, data was very elusive on employment and employability at the national and subnational levels. Prioritizing job creation within development strategies can create a powerful cycle. It can lead to a wider variety of higher quality jobs, bridge labor market divides, particularly the gender gap, empower young people, and ultimately drive economic prosperity. However, effective interventions require data to track progress. Financial support is just not enough. We need clear indicators to measure the success of job policies and inform the improvement of existing and future programs. How do we develop solutions where there are critical data gaps and when the data that is also available is perceived by some as being insufficient to fully understand the issues on the ground? Earlier in this talk, I referred to the current conflict created by the definition of employability using the new MBS metric. It is important for us to understand that we cannot change what we cannot measure. We can't change it. In that regard, my last challenge to Lsetf today will be the need to converge on what type of data indicators we need to properly gauge the employability levels in the state, and I agree on where and how to get our data. Lsetf's strong aggregator role must now converge around how stakeholders can address and unite around data. With your fund now creating a standard benchmark for other states to learn from on how to develop an effective MSME fund, the next level of growth, and perhaps the next standard that the Lsetf can set will be to create the benchmark of what employability data should look like. 3 years from now, I would like to see demand and supply side data for the state outlining the skills in demand in key economic sectors, new job targets, types and skills required, employment rates for graduates from Lagos State secondary and tertiary institutions, mismatches between education program and labor market needs, and require skills and training young people, and the training young people have or do not have to understand their preparedness for the evolving workforce. It will also be great to have data on the informal sector, given that they represent a significant portion of the workforce. By having open communication, utilizing multifaceted data, and focusing on quality job creation, we can all unite around data to develop more effective strategies for addressing Lagos and consequently Nigeria's employment challenges. I do hope that a few years from now, invited or not, this proposed data set and more will be what will inform the basis of the conversation for the Employment Summit. I'd like to wish you an engaging summit. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fola Adiola, founder Guarantee Trust Bank and founder Faith Foundation. Educate a woman and you educate a lot more people. And he said, we cannot gauge what we cannot measure. And he also added that the governor is a few months older than he is. If you believe that, you believe anything. I'd like to add, sir, that when you needed 25 CVs and got more than 2,000, and you were looking for what to do with the rest of the people, I possibly was one of those people, and I am a proud alumnus of the Faith Foundation. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for the good work that you have done and continue to do. And we have two of our former executive directors here. Also, female. So as you said, that when you educate a woman, you educate a lot more of society. And I dare say that all of the people who have been executive directors of Faith Foundation have been women. So you are walking the talk. We have Osai Alili here, and we have the current ED, Mrs. Nikki Adeyemi. All right, my name is Babajide Benson. I serve my family, and I am currently serving you. I go to work because of my family. But there's another Babajide that does not sleep so that you and I can sleep. He's the chief servant of Lagos State. He's the chief executive of Lagos State. He's the chief security officer of Lagos State. He's the chief constructor of Lagos State. He's the chief architect of Lagos State. He's the chief finance officer of Lagos State. He's the governor and the servant of the people of Lagos State. Thank you, Mr. Governor.
Thank you very much. Please be seated. Mr. Deputy Governor, Dr. Kadri Opafemi Hamzat, our Honorable Minister of State for Youth Development, Honorable Olawande, thank you very much for coming. The Consul General of the Republic of Germany and his wife, thank you very much for coming. Members of the Lagos State House of Assembly, cabinet members that are here, the chairman of the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund and other board members, our guest speaker, my Egmo, I will talk about that later, Mr. Fola Adeola. All of our partners that are here, Zuera, Telma, GIZ, UNDP, USADF, and all of you, thank you very much. Our distinguished panelists, other beneficiaries of the Employment Trust Fund, and all of our participants that are online. We've actually got, because these days is an hybrid. There are hundreds and hundreds of them online that are also watching and listening. I think they deserve a round of applause. That's the power of the innovation, and that's what some of the things COVID have taught us, that when you have engagement and interactions like this, all of us need not be on site. We can also be very active, from whatever part of the world we are. So there's a lot of them out there. Distinguished participants, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. I think everybody had started by apologizing for coming late or for starting late. But as a governor, if it says 10 and you get there at 11, it's actually 10, because that's the time you get there. So for this one, we'll try and as much as possible get in and get it started. So Egmo had said that we're about the same age, and that is, that's good news to me, because for a man that is over 70, that means I'm not dying any soon. I will live to beyond 70. That's what it means. And with this job, for every additional year, believe me, it's thankful and it's grace of God. So, you've very sort of just extended my life. I'll be 70 in another 11 years. So that's in my pocket already. And for Babajide, who have also ensured that we'll continue to bear the same name, don't worry. I'm slightly older, but you catch up very soon. So it's not a problem at all. I'm talking about catching up. When we think back and we see what we're bathing and what we're conversing here, we begin to see that indeed the world is narrowing and is coming together. And it's only when we do the right thing at engagements like this that, like Mr. Fola Adeola said, 20, 25 years from today, we all can sit back and know that those plants, those seedlings that we put in, that happy coffee that he just watched, and those testimonials that we've heard or we're going to hear will indeed become, Iroko trees that we never know how they're going to turn into. And I think that's the main essence of all ensuring that we're here today. And so I want to thank the board and the management of the Employment Trust Fund for keeping faith and ensuring that we keep and we hold this third summit we've been planning to hold this for the past 1 or 2 months. But I've confirmed and I've given, assurance to my outgoing chairman, who by the grace of God will still come back as the chairman, that will hold next year's own. She's not tired yet. We'll hold next year's summit within the first quarter, in the first 4 months of the year, so that we can get everybody in it. But today, haven't sat back and listened to all of the goodwill messages, listening to the keynote speaker. My speech makes no sense, quite frankly, because he was still trying to encourage us to start the conversation, to start the engagement, and to talk about the topic we're going to be discussing. And so it really makes no sense. And so you're going to permit me to just essentially tell you what I've learned, and then listening to everybody this morning, how we need to take this conversation forward. And I think it starts with, what Thelma started with. And he said to us that we need to be able to identify real catalytic investors. Not just we, putting seed money like Lsetf is doing and has been doing for the past 5, 6, 7 years now, but how do we ensure that we can now take that to the next level? Very passionately, we all know that all the unicorns, out of Africa, they've all birthed out of Nigeria, and they're doing great numbers. They are all doing, billions and very decent amount. But the question that we have is, when and how do we bridge, and brew the next level of unicorns? How do we ensure that we can have another set of the pay stack and the flutter waves coming out from, the factory line, and they can indeed become global names that all of us will be proud of? And part of the things that I've taken away from that conversation is that investors, serial investors, like Mr. Foladiola and the rest of them, we still need to have them in the room. The banks will certainly not help you, because they will ask for all of the collaterals that will never be possible for you. And they will give you interest rates that will be way out, that will be difficult for you to also be able to make, those calls on. So there have to be, investors that are not only patient, but they understand the power of innovation. They understand that indeed you need, a timeline for you to germinate and be able to come out, of a very difficult moment. And those are the kind of patient investors that needs to work, for us. And you see, when the likes of Mr. Fola started the bank then, and, like you said, he could as well be content with whatever profit and money is made and just, enjoy himself. But he chose at that time to set up that foundation, and you know too well how many thousands and thousands of people have benefited. He has not only done that, he also helped, when we started the political journey, to set up the Pension Reform Board, the pension commission that all of us in the public sector now are happy to ensure that we can continue to use that reform to ensure that people get, their fair due, haven't served government very meritoriously. And by the way, sir, I will be signing the last liability of pensioners, the last arrears, and will be the very first in the country that will be doing that. Meaning that from Friday, is it tomorrow or Friday? It's actually tomorrow. What that means is that no former worker in Lagos, who have cleared almost 100 billion of pension liability, no former, if you retire from Lagos within a week or two, you will have your check ready for you. And that's the very last bill that we'll be doing tomorrow. I mean, the event is tomorrow, and we'll have cleared up the entire, liability of that. So what I'm trying to put together is not just work for the future. It's important also for us to appreciate the several years of people that have also worked. Mr. Adiola also said to me, growing up, that the very easy thing to do, with our parents then, is to go to school, to study hard, to get a great job, and of course, enjoy life thereafter. But I stand here as the governor to go to the people, to ask for your votes, to get elected, but more importantly, now to create a better life for you, to create an opportunity that is safe, that is secure for you, and to be able to create a social economic agenda that will better the people. And I'm putting these pieces together because part of the responsibility we have as government is to be able to create an environment where the likes of Lsetf can indeed be an enabler that would create that job that we urgently and very desperately need around our environment. There's no need for us to begin to repeat it again that Lagos has no border post. So the challenge that we see in Lagos is a challenge that each time we plan and want to execute that plan, the numbers that we have to deal with a lot of times has outstrip that plan that we have. And I will come to the cholera issue later before I end. And that's why you will see that in almost all of our endeavors, we are outstretched, we are actually overstretched. Because once we think we have done a plan, be it in school, we've built more schools in the last 5 years than we've built in the 10 years before then. And let me repeat, we've built more schools in the last 5 years than we've built in the previous 10 years before then. We've built more hospitals in the last, where the clap is good, but it's important for us to understand and to appreciate how we're building that scale of being able to get this system working. And each time we try and build that scale and how it will appear as if we're just starting. We're just starting because we have a population that is growing at a level that we need to be able to do something about in the country. But the problem is not about the population. The problem, like he said, is about the fact that everybody just believes that when they go to a place that is called Lagos, magic will just happen there. Jobs will just be created. They just don't have an idea of where the next meal will come from or where the next job will come from. But they just believe that coming to Lagos, you come and hustle, do whatever it is, and you'll be okay. But coming to hustle is not the thing that is bad. But what you will need to do, where you need to stay, the houses you need to live, the school or the training you need to have, the public facilities that you need to do for that hustling to transform to an economic value. That is where the challenge comes from. And that's where government usually also gets stretched. But we are not going to come here to give excuses, right? We're not going to come here to give reasons why, things are not at the level in which they are. Because we know too well that the successes of Lagos, right, is in itself a challenge for him, is a problem for him. Because every time you do that success, what you have done is that you have just opened the door for a lot more people to come in. Thousands of people come to Lagos on a daily basis and they do not intend to go back. And that's the challenge that is there. But we are committed, and for every fiber that we have, we want to attempt to solve all of those things whilst we're in government, and we'll continue to push on that. Today, we see the issue of ability to create the right jobs, the right atmosphere for those jobs to flourish, and the right environment for those jobs to be retained. And that's why I need to first thank and commend the current board of Lsetf for staying true to the mandate that we gave about 4 years ago, and they've actually built a lot more. They've had transition that has been seamless, and I believe that they've kept faith with the mandate, because today alone, I know that the number of jobs directly and indirectly they've created has run into over hundreds and hundreds of thousands, and I think we need to give them a round of applause for that. And each time we see a smooth transition, even in the leadership of the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund. I can see her sitting, Bisoye Teju, she's here, and she's been able to hand over, very appropriately to the current chief executive. I think what we have with the Employment Trust Fund is what should be our ability to scale these numbers? How well can we work with our partners for us to be able to scale whatever modest achievement we've achieved to date? It really doesn't matter if it is 100,000 or 200,000 that has been a success story. How do we double those numbers? How do we ensure that in the next 2-3 years, we can do far better than we have done in the last 5 to 6 years? And that's why this kind of a summit is important. And that's why I want to be able to also speak to all of our partners, existing partners, will-be partners, and future partners that are listening to us. Because part of the things that I want to leave here with is to see a sense of commitment. On our part as a government, we want to be able to support this fund a lot more. I want to leave here believing that if this fund says to me that they want me to double what I give to them, and that if my partners can also double what they're going to do for them, then we're beginning to ski the scale of attempts for us to get to those numbers that our keynote speakers have talked about. Dangote Foundation, Zuera had mentioned it, and she gave some of the problems around they wanted to support and the likes of, Bank of Industry needed to. You have seen a capable and a reliable partner in the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund. If today, as Dangote Foundation, you want to put ₦1 billion on the table, I can assure you that with the state government using the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund, we will match those kind of funds for us to be able to scale those businesses, those nano businesses that we need to be able to take, out of the unemployment market. Let me also commend and thank some of our partners that I'm told that are working with us. The US ADF, the GIZ, and the UNDP. I want to thank you for the support thus far. But like I said, if you can bend over backwards and say, given the challenges that the keynote speaker had said to us, given the challenges that all the goodwill message speakers have said to us, that the challenge of Lagos is a challenge of scale. The challenge of Lagos is a challenge that we cannot hold back the amount and the number of people that are coming into this part of the world. The challenge of Lagos is a challenge that we have the largest growing youth population. The challenge of Lagos is that this population will continue to grow, and we cannot but ensure that we need to double our effort to be able to meet, and be ready for those scales of challenge. As a government, I want to say to you as a real partner that we're willing and we will be committed to ensure that if you can raise those interventions for us, we will also meet you and will raise equal interventions. Because we've seen that the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund is a success story. They have a governance structure that is next to none. I have never put a phone call through to any of the members to say, I have somebody that I'm interested. Never one day. I have never put a phone call to ask them who are the people they are disbursing to. I have never asked them, how do you manage all the funds we've given to you? Because they've been so carefully selected, and we know with their pedigree, they will do a good job. So what we need to do for them now is how do we ensure that we can scale at a level in which all of us in 2-3 years time, we will see those numbers arise, in a proportionate level, given the challenges that we see, around the state. And I think it's important that I also validate or further, speak around, what the keynote speaker had said. The mandate of Lsetf is proper and is apt, and he has said to us that what we're doing here today is not for us to see an outcome tomorrow or next tomorrow. It's for us to expect that the real outcomes will be in another 5-7 years down the line, will be in another 10-15 years down the line, as he has done with the Faith Foundation. And that's why I want to use every opportunity I have as a governor to be able to take that conversation forward and be able to give, the fund all of the encouragement and the support that they require. And like I said, the only way we can do it is collaboration. The only way we can do it is identifying real partners. The only way we can do it is for those partners to believe in us and to see the reasons why we all have to, just double up, and be able to, call to action. But it's important as a governor to also mention that we're not leaving this challenge of job creation or even the right job opportunity or even the right business, support only to the Employment Trust Fund. There are several other organs of government that are also intervening, and we're using different verticals and different lines to be able to reach different skills and different set of people that are required in our environment. The Ministry of Job Creation and Wealth Creation, like the Honorable Commissioner had said, they also have a plan in which where we're actually identifying skills at the university or tertiary levels. We are taking them right from where they are at the tertiary level in their third year and their fourth year, for them to begin to be entrepreneurial, for them to begin to think even before they get out there, because there's no job out there, so that they know too well while they're there, the future of job, and the ministry is working with them. Even when they finish, before they become ready for the likes of the Employment Trust Fund, we can also unhold them, give them internship program for another 6 to 12 months, ensure that we're the ones paying for those internships, and we can, like typical businesses, we say, you don't have job experience. We can make them get that job experience that they require by ensuring that we pay, internship program for them at some of the needed establishment, so that once they come out in 6 or 9 months or 12 months, then, the experience that they are seeking for will have been available for them. So the Ministry of Wealth Creation and Employment is doing that. They are also on a regular basis scanning and reviewing, their job centers, right? And they are saying to themselves, where are the jobs? What are the requirements of the future? Women Affairs and Poverty Alleviation, they've gotten over 33 vocational working centers. On a year-on-year basis, they graduate over 12,000 every year, on different skills, on different trainings, just for them to be able to stand on their own. And we provide for them, some of the tools or some of the little grants that they require after the graduation, just so that they can go and start work. We have also looked back, and I think it was also the keynote speaker that said it, that our tertiary institutions, in Lagos State, for example, we came in, we had only one university in Lagos. Now, within our government, we have set up 2 additional state universities. And why did we do that? We were very critical of ourselves, and we said, what are the kind of jobs that are required in the future? And we realized that our Polytechnic and College of Education were not meeting those needs. The only way they can meet those needs is to scale them rightly and take them to a university level. And the 2 universities now have started up, they are live, they are working, and they are competing with Lagos State University. So I'm happy to announce that we're not just doing, fire brigade after you have finished school. We have actually gone back, to ensuring that we can tool you properly from the requirements of the kind of jobs that we believe is needed. And our 2 new universities are complementing the Lagos State University as a future fruit for work that is required. And then the 4th one is that the Lagos State government is also planning, because we are looking at where are the skills, where are the needed skills. Medical professionals is also something that is not, that is also very scarce. So we're also planning to set up, a medical university in Lagos State. It will be part of, our own throwback to ensure that before this administration ends, we inherited 1 university, we'll be living with 4 universities in Lagos State. And talking about medical university, that will take me to the issue around, what my God said. And it's really very disturbing that at this day and age, and the center of excellence, and the commercial economic nerve center of our country, into the centerpiece of our country, there will be an outbreak of cholera. We stand here, truthfully, being the first to acknowledge the issue. As a government, we were the ones that transparently communicated to NCDC and escalated the problem that we picked at our various primary health and secondary health facilities. And as a transparent government, we said, no, you will not just attempt to solve this problem on your own, escalate it and let us communicate adequately to the public so that others can know and we can very quickly stand the tide and we can arrest the outcome of this unneeded and unexpected outbreak. And that's what we have seen. I want to announce to us that within the last 3-4 weeks, not only have we arrested it, we've been able to correct it and completely. Just yesterday, we still got another updated report at the council meeting in which in Lagos that we are superintending, it's less than 2-3% of what we've seen. At the highest level, about 3 weeks ago, it was really way up there, and we've been able to, contain it to the barest minimum, and we will ensure that we'll do everything to ensure that we can put this out of us. But that's not the point. The point are in twofold. Like I said, it is a behavioral thing that we need to be able to correct and correct effectively in our system. But as a government, and I also want to assure you that issues around the requirements of pipe-borne water and water need and water infrastructure, we've just taken a view that additionally, we need to go resource, almost 100 billion naira to be able to fix some of our, urban water infrastructure problems, and be able to, just make sure that they are available at the levels and at the places that they are required, so that we don't have to come back, to these kind of things, again. But like he said, we need a lot of education. We need a lot of behavioral change. We need to be able to ensure that the type and the kind of people that are coming to our system understand, what we need. Like I said, somebody comes in, they don't have a place to stay, they don't have a place to work, they don't have a place, and they just put a lot of pressure, on the facility. And so that's why for us, we also believe that a medical university is also important, to be able to meet, the future challenges and the pressure that has been put, on our health institutions. And I just want to be able to assure our citizens that, we have been able to arrest it. We have dealt with it, transparently. We have dealt with it fully, and we're just waiting, for it to clear off, from our system. Really, as I close, it's to thank, the outgoing board of the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund, is to, say to them that in the last 4 years, it's been really an honor, given all your time and the commitments that you have put, to this. But like everybody had said, the Employment Trust Fund is becoming or has become an household name now. And there are some things that we need to see you do in the next couple of years. Data gathering, because a lot of people are going to be coming, if they are not already, to see how you've done it. Other states would want to know how you've done it. And so you need to be able to have a robust data gathering capability, data reliability, employability data as part of the things that is very important, the future of work, skills that is required to ensure that you'll be able to meet not today's needs, but future needs, as at when due, and ensure that, we are building an employment trust fund that will also outlive, each and every one of us. I want to, once again, commend and thank our partners. I'm here to make a commitment to all of you that I want to do more. I want to support the Employment Trust Fund more. We want them to be able to do twice as much as they are currently doing. But the only way we can do it is if you partners also, go back and say that the governor had spoken. Can we double, our support, our interventions with the employment? Because the needs are out there. You know, the investors, the innovators are out there. They require for us to be able to support them. You know, the catalytic investors that Thelma also talked about, we are going to identify them, we are going to bring them into the room, and we're going to be showing them, you know, the individual case studies of the people that they need to support. And I just want to say that for us as a government, we'll continue to ensure, you know, that we build a model, we build an environment where we ensure that we leave this place a lot better than we've met it. We create opportunity for the young, viable, able minds that we have amongst us. We are not just going to make it a lip service. The statistics are real. You know, by 2020, by 2035, by 2050, the amount of the population of the youth that we have in Lagos, that we'll have in our country, we need to begin to plan for them from today. We need to be able to ensure that we can give them what will make life meaningful for them at that time. And it's only when we collaborate, you know, with the likes of the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund, when we work with them, ensure that they can create, you know, that job that is in their need today. Because government in itself cannot solve everything. You know, we're talking about minimum wage and the rest of it now. All this conversation, you know, is just about 2-3% of our population that are in public service. The larger percentage are out there in the private sector. The larger percentage are out there with the small, medium enterprises, the people that are employing 10, 15, 30, 100 people. They are the ones that we need to be able to give this opportunity to. Because for us, you know, it's not just about us, it's about the larger number that is out there, it's about the larger percentage that we need to be able to cater for. So I want to use this opportunity once again to encourage all of us, to thank the board of the Employment Trust Fund, to say that the conversations today, I'll be willing to listen. What will be the roadmap? How do we scale? How do we build real partnership? How do our partners understand, appreciate, you know, the challenges that we currently have? But more importantly, how do we make sure that the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund, right, 2-3 years from now is 2-3 times the size that we have today? And we're among them. Thank you very much.
Mr. Governor, sir, I'm going to have to ask you to please wait a bit. You can please take your seats. I have the permission of Mr. Governor to ask you to please sit, even while he's standing. Thank you very much for the State of the Union address. Sorry, more like a State of Lagos address. So, before we go on to the next item, whilst the keynote speaker was speaking, whilst the chairperson of the board was speaking, I noticed that the governor was not sitting like a governor. He was sitting like a student. He was busy taking notes of almost everything that they said, and that reflected in his speeches. Please give him a wonderful round of applause. That's number one. Number two is that when he came up stage, he acknowledged the keynote speaker before him, and he said that the keynote speaker is 11 years older than him. And then he acknowledged me and said that I will get to where he has gotten to, and he's 12 years older than me. And you know, before him there was a Babatunde who was governor, and now he's Babajide, and I am also Babajide. Make of that what you will. Now, the final point that I want to say is that the governor said that they have built the highest number of schools in Lagos State, and I think that that deserves another wonderful round of applause. So it's on that note, sir, that I'm going to give you a little more work to do. We have an assignment for you to perform, which is the presentation of awards. I'd like to invite the representative of Eleganza Industries to please step forward to receive this. They're one of our partners. Eleganza Industries, please. And we're also going to launch. Can we have the representative of Eleganza, please? All right, thank you. And I'd like to invite, in no particular order of preference, the representative of Aliko Dangote Foundation. Please get ready. You will come up right after the presentation of this award. I'd invite the Consul General of the German Consulate in Lagos State. I'd invite the chairperson of the Nigeria Office for Philanthropy and Impact Investing. All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Consul General, representative of Aliko Dangote Foundation, representative of the Nigeria Office for Philanthropy and Impact Investing, the Minister of State for Youth Development, the chairperson of the board, who is going nowhere anytime soon because Mr. Governor has said your job is not done. Please come forward. The reward for a good job is more work. Who is it? Oh? Yes. Yes. And very respectfully, I'd like to invite Mr. Fola Adeola to join us and the Deputy Governor of Lagos State, Dr. Kadri Obafemi Hamzat. Please. I'd also like to invite Mr. Ajigbotafe, the Commissioner for Wealth Creation and Employment in Lagos State. Okay, I've been invited to join them as a goodwill messenger.
We should wait?
Yeah, no, I mean, you can go down, but don't leave yet. All right, one of the high points of today's event is the launch of the Labor Management Information System. All right, before the launch of the LMIS, I'd like to invite the representatives of the GIZ, Lagos Free Zone, Adosa Microfinance Bank, Tech Knowledge, PIND Foundation, PIND, Bayi Foundation, Inlax Africa, Nimbus Media, IEI, Impact Amplifier, and IIF. Can we all quickly come forward for a group photograph with the Governor of Lagos State? GIZ, Lagos Free Zone, Adosa Microfinance Bank, Tech Knowledge, PIND Foundation, Bayi Foundation, Inlax Africa, Nimbus Media, IEI, Impact Amplified, and IIF. Yes. Oh, you want to speak? Okay.
Apologies, I do have to take the mic really quickly. So the award earlier on was acknowledging the effort of Eleganza and other employers of labor in Lagos State that have made a significant difference to our unemployment levels. So that was the reason for the award. Can we give them a round of applause again? Thank you.
What were you saying? So, you want to join them now? What do you want to do?
These are all our partners.
Yeah, but you wanted to write. Okay, go on, Jeremy. Yeah. Yes, stay beside the governor. Okay. Thank you for your continuous support. Thank you, GIZ. Thank you, Lagos Free Zone. Thank you, Adosa Microfinance Bank. Thank you, Pinned Foundation, or Pined. Pinned, all right. Thank you, Techknowledge. Thank you, Bayi Foundation. Thank you, Inlax Africa. Thank you, Nimbus Media. Thank you, IEI. Sorry, please hold on. Please hold on. Mr. Deputy Governor, please. Sorry. Please, you are not supposed to have left, sir. Please, you are supposed to be here. Please. Okay, all right. Thank you, IIF Foundation. All right. So what's the... Can I please have members of the Lagos State House of Assembly? I see the Chairman, Committee on Wealth Creation. I see Honorable Shabi representing Lagos Mainland. Please, can we come forward for a group photograph with the Governor and the ES and the Chairperson of the Board, the former Chairperson of the Board, now Chairperson of the Board. The video. All right, please can we play the video of the LMIS, the Labor Management Information System, which is the next assignment that the Governor has to perform. This will be presided over by Mr. Bemi. The Honorable Commissioner for Finance, please join us. The Honorable Commissioner for Economic Planning and Budget, the Deputy Chief of Staff, who is she? How do I call her? Lagos State Commissioner of Youth, Honorable Bolaji Ogundenle, please join us. Please play the video of the Lagos Management Information System now. Thank you.
Hello, and welcome to the launch of the Lagos State Labor Market Information System, LMIS. The LMIS is an initiative of the Ministry of Economic Planning and Budget in partnership with the Ministry of Wealth Creation and Employment. The Lagos State Employment Trust Fund has been chosen to develop the LMIS as part of an effort to better inform decision-making regarding job creation opportunities. As we're building on an expertise of technical work with web technology and data, and on a DNA of fruitful interactions between the public and the private sectors. Let's start with the definition. The LMIS is two things at once. It is a network of stakeholders as well as an online platform to communicate data and information related to the job market in Lagos. All organizations with business data or insights into work opportunities and challenges ought to be included on the LMIS and are invited to contribute and use the platform. Let me give some examples. On the labor demand side, public and private employers, directly or represented by professional associations, are key stakeholders of the LMIS. On the labor supply side, workers represented by unions, entrepreneurs, job seekers, and students are all important groups active on the job market and included in the LMIS. In addition, support partners like ministries, public sector agencies, employment services, job centers, and educational institutions are also a part of the LMIS. As of today, more than 40 of these stakeholders have been participating in public-private dialogue sessions, steering the development of this platform. The ambition of our LMIS is to facilitate information sharing, discussion, and decision-making between these stakeholders, and to make these processes, data, and insights transparent and accessible to the public. In Lagos State, the development of the LMIS has been a journey which started since 2021 and was officially kicked off by the former Honorable Commissioner for the Ministry of Economic Planning and Budget. Now, 3 years later, and 7 public-private dialogue sessions later, and 1.5 years of data collection through our technical partner, Deloitte, tallying more than 60,000 individual interviews, we're happy to officially launch the Lagos State LMIS. You can now see and access the LMIS. First, all you need to do is go to your usual browser, Safari, Internet Explorer, Chrome, and the likes, and type in https://lagoslmis.ng/. You will reach a landing page with general information about the LMIS and its development. By clicking on the dashboard button, you will access interactive visuals on the LMIS, and guess what? No password or registration is required. The system is free for all to use. For this first publication of the system, we display information coming from direct surveys from job seekers, students, as well as online posting. Our first page summarizes some important insights. This is how to read them. The volume of job offers posted online is represented by a blue line. If the line is flat, new offers keep replacing old ones with regularity. It means that there are jobs available. The job seeker's profile, on that panel, it shows how many either lack qualification or experience, or both. The students panel showcases the gender gap in tech ed, which is a common phenomenon that can be countered by scholarships and promotion of female role models, for instance. This is just our analysis. The LMIS allows you to get much deeper into information useful to you. Let us navigate 3 examples. Now imagine you're a successful restaurant owner in Ikeja who is wondering if you should register on a delivery platform or hire an in-house dispatch rider. You could ask in your network or negotiate with a delivery rider, but now you could also use the LMIS as a benchmark. In 2023, a full-time dispatch rider was hired for between 50,000 naira or 88,500 naira per month. You can now use this information as a starting point for your calculation and your negotiation. Now imagine also that you're a public servant in Badagry local government area and you want to draft an employment program. You can use the LMIS to pinpoint the situation. A large population of the residents have no advanced qualification, and in addition, many are between the ages of 18 and 30 years old, again without the work experience required. So there's a need to unlock opportunities for these people. On one side, you suggest facilitating a policy for the setup of private companies, arguing for the possibility to reach cheaper labor for activities for low skills requirements, such as manufacturing and hospitality. There is need to unlock better opportunities for them. On one side, you suggest facilitating policy for setup of private companies, such as manufacturing or hospitality. On the other side, you advocate to the state and civil society partners for upskilling centers for your residents and sustain good roads, to ensure business feasibility between Badagry and, say, the Ikeja axis. Finally, you also decide to reach out to the Lagos State LMIS team so that more details can be captured, particularly perhaps around agricultural and informal work. These are mere examples that only illustrate the practical use of the Lagos State LMIS. More recent, more representative and more detailed data will progressively improve the potential and reliability of the system. If you are interested, if you feel that you, your organization or the group that you represent can contribute or benefit from the LMIS, please reach out to us at the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund and we will help you to be integrated in this project. Thank you for your attention. Ìgbéga ìpínlẹ̀ Èkó, àjùmọ̀ṣe gbogbo wa ni. We made it. Before I start, I'd like to say good afternoon, Mr. Governor, Mr. Deputy Governor, Honorable Commissioners in the House, representatives of our House of Assembly, Honorable Minister for Youth, are you still here, sir? I stand on all existing protocol. It is a pleasure to be here today to officially launch the Lagos State Labor Market Information System. The team within Lsetf, what do we want to show everyone? It's one thing to just launch something, but we thought, let's show you how it works. So that is why we did the video the way it was. We wanted to demonstrate practical examples of how each and every single one of us could make use of the system. We could be students, job seekers, employers of labor, or even policymakers, and we're all represented in this room today. This system is very important to all of us, and it's an accumulation of pretty much everything we've already heard today, from Mr. Adeola's speech to all the goodwill messages, and even to Mr. Governor's speech. We are all players in this system. Lagos has to work, and Lagos cannot work without the people in it. So with all this said, I would like to first of all invite the key stakeholders who were represented in putting together this LMIS. So I'd like to start with the Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Economic Planning and Budget, Honorable Ope George. Okay. Okay, I don't need to mention the names. Okay. The Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Wealth Creation and Employment. Okay. Mrs. Bertha Ekelens, GIZ, one of our key powerhouses. We also have Ms. Precious Onaino from Deloitte. And finally, to jointly represent the fund, we have our Director for Finance and Corporate Services, Mr. Adeomi Oni. Okay, I know we've... Yes. All right, let me go back. Okay.
All right, please get together for a group photograph with the governor, who will immediately come to formally launch the LMIS. The governor is thanking them for their contribution to the LMIS. Thank you. All right, over to you, sir. They're giving you your mic. Yes.
Thank you very much to all of our participants today. Please let's give these people a round of applause. This is a journey that they've on for the past 2-3 years. And really, The benefit of a system like this is what our keynote speaker had said. He wasn't even aware that there's a whole lot of work that have been done and that will still be done, right? This is still work in progress. It will certainly never, it's a moving part. So it in itself, it's an information that will organically be growing, wider and wider. And part of the ways in which we can encourage them is to ensure that after this session, we sit with them from OIN to all of them and we'll further inquire, how do we access all of this information, local government per local government, what are the various sectors, that we want to either see there as LMIS, maybe in another 1 year there will be another 2.0 when they've done, a better variant of it. But let us put it to the use, let us put it to test, and let us ensure that, innovation and creativity works and work well in our system. So on behalf of the board and the management of Lagos State Employment Trust Fund, I want to formally, and on behalf of the good people of Lagos, launch the Lagos State Market Information System. Labor market, you see, even me, I'm struggling to get it all together. Labor market information, labor management information system. I need my own training, as you can see. Thank you all very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. The next item, thank you very much. The next item and the last assignment for the governor this morning is to take a tour of the booths by our partners and exhibitors. So Mr. Governor will be led to the booths after taking a selfie with that lucky lady, to the booths of all those who have partnered with us. And right after that, we'll have the first plenary session, which is amplifying the collaborative roles of the private and public sectors for job creation. Thank you very much, Mr. Governor. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, sir. I've just been told that you have one more assignment, sir, with the board. A picture, a group photograph with members of the board of Lsetf. Kofo Duro Simieti, Mrs. Bola Deshola, the Executive Secretary, the Honorable Commissioner for Wealth Creation, the Commissioner for Economic Planning and Budget, Mr. Babashola Lokolaro, the Commissioner for Finance. All right, let's do this very quickly. It's the board of the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund. And I've been asked to invite a special invitation to Teju Abisoye, the immediate past ES. Please give her a round of applause. The governor had acknowledged her earlier on for the remarkable work that she did and handing over the baton seamlessly to Feyi Alliance and His Excellency, Mr. Deputy Governor, Dr. Kadri Obafemi Amzat. We need you now, sir. You cannot avoid this picture. Thank you. Yes. Thank you. All right, we proceed now to the exhibition booths. Congratulations, Mrs. Bola Adeshola, on your reappointment as chairperson of the board. Ladies and gentlemen, we may please take our seats. Participants, please sit. We're going on quickly to the plenary session, amplifying the collaborative roles of the private and public sector. So we are back on track. We have the CEO of the Nigeria Economic Summit. We have the We have the Executive Director of Faith Foundation. We have the Executive Vice Chairman of Emerging Markets Africa. So let us all please get ready for the commencement of the plenary session right after the visit to the booths by the governor. Thank you. Guests, friends, employers of labor, partners, job seekers, international development partners, Government officials, tea break is over. We can continue the networking inside this hall. We're having a panel where we'll be x-raying the amplification of collaboration between the private and the public sector. The private sector cannot do it alone. The public sector cannot do it alone. Civil society cannot do it alone. NGOs cannot do it alone. So it's the collaboration of you and me and government and private and public sector that will help to reduce the frightening numbers of unemployed and underemployed persons in our environment. Lagos is a victim of its own success, and the influx continues on a daily basis. On this panel, we're going to have the Minister of State for Youth, who will be returning briefly. He's just seeing off the governor and his entourage. We're going to have the CEO of Nigeria Economic Summit Group, the private sector think tank that has done great work in the past 3 decades, supporting government programs, recommending and suggesting. And a lot of their efforts have translated into action. We'll be having the Managing Director of Flour Mills, Mr. Boye Olusoya. And last but not the least, we're going to have from the Yellow Network, a representative of MTN Foundation, the Executive Director, Mrs. Odoayo Sonda. Housekeeping, kindly put your phones on silent. If you need to use the convenience at any point, it's right on the corridor, very close to the registration desk. Don't forget to network. Your next business partner or employer may be seated very close to you. Gentlemen and ladies, still at the exhibition stand, can we please come in now? And the panel will be moderated by someone who's been part of the LSETF herself, and she's moved on and continues to move on to do great things. Tosin Banero. Without much ado, I'd like to invite the panelists, in no particular order of preference, the CEO of the NESG, Mr. Tayo Adeloju. Please put your hands together for him. The Executive Director, MTN Foundation, Mrs. Odoayo Sonya. Mr. Boye Olusoya, Managing Director of Flour Mills. I think he's seen off the governor as well, and the Minister of State for Youth Development. So Mr. Diloju and Ms. Sonya, please move to the center. Please move to the next seat. Yes, there and there. And I'd like to invite, already on her way, the moderator. All right, please put your hands together for the moderator, Tosi Faniro Dada. CEO Breakout. I'd also like to invite the Group HR and Services Director of Flour Mills, Mrs. Uche Ajo. The Minister of State for Youth Development, Honorable Olawande, will join them shortly. Do you have a microphone? Right. All right, let the panel begin. Minister. He's coming. Okay. All right, he will join us. Please go ahead.
He'll join us.
Yeah. Okay, sorry, just before they begin, someone left 2 phones on their seat and an iPad, so please see me with proof of ownership. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Mr. Governor, the Deputy Governor of Lagos State, the Chairman of the LSETF, the Board and Management of the LSETF. Thank you so much for having me here. It's a pleasure to moderate this session. And a big thank you to the panelists here today. Our topic is a very important topic, amplifying the collaborative roles of the private and public sectors for job creation. And I'll start by explaining why this topic is important and why this topic is relevant, not just for our state, but for our country and our continent. Africa's current population is approximately 1.4 billion, making it the youngest and fastest growing continent. By 2050, this population is expected to double. 1 in 4 people on the planet will be African. Additionally, our urban population is projected to triple, according to AFDB. If we can please just settle so we can enjoy the panel. Thank you. Due to these demographic trends, African countries, including Nigeria, will be adding more people to the workforce than the rest of the world combined. According to AfriDigest, an average of 9 million jobs have been added to African economies every year since 2000. However, over 20 million young Africans will reach working age each year for the next 2 decades. This means that fundamentally, we are not yet creating enough jobs to sustain Africa's growing youth population. The global economy emphasizes the need for collaboration between the private and public sectors to develop effective strategies for job creation, workforce development, and innovation. The private sector is crucial in creating jobs and driving economic growth through investments, entrepreneurship, and business expansion. On the other hand, the public sector provides the necessary framework for economic development through policies and regulations. The interaction between these 2 sectors can lead to a thriving job market and a more resilient economy. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to a very important topic: amplifying the collaborative roles of the private and public sectors for job creation. The objectives of this session are: 1, to showcase the collaborative efforts of the private and public sectors to foster job creation in Lagos State and nationwide. 2, to explore public-private strategies that can lead to sustainable wealth creation. And 3, to highlight the synergies between both sectors, identifying areas for potential partnerships, and to foster job creation and economic growth. This session is split into 3 parts. I will be asking general questions, public sector focused questions, private sector focused questions, and some sector specific questions, and we will end with a future outlook. And so to my panelists, I would start with the general question around challenges. And to my first panelist, Mrs. Sawyer, from your experience working in various sectors and now running a foundation, what are the key challenges facing job creation in Nigeria today? And how can collaboration between the private and public sectors address these challenges?
Thank you very much, and thanks to Lsetf for having myself on the panel. We've heard a lot today, you know, the preceding speeches, and a lot has been said around the challenges. The challenges you've also outlined, we have a population that is growing geometrically, and we have an economy or social systems that are even struggling to grow arithmetically. So there is a disparity. So we're having issues with a lot of out-of-school children, for instance. That's one. Because for you to do a job, whether you're an entrepreneur or you're a career person, you have to have some level of skill. So I think the first thing is we're excluding a lot of people because from formal education. Now the second challenge for me, everybody's not going to get a formal education, but we have a labor market that prioritizes what I would call the certificate syndrome. So if you haven't gone to a university, you know, you've not gone to a higher school or tertiary school, it's a problem. You're not going to get employed. Now it's even worse. So even when you've gone to school, you have to have years of experience to get into certain roles. That's two. Now the third challenge for me is that we're not creating solutions that look inward. Our problems as a nation or as a state, you know, as communities are specific to us. So we need to create bespoke solutions to the problem. And what do I mean? I think one of our challenges is that we have not defined where we want to be in the future. Now, where do we want to be as a state, as a nation? When we do that, that clarity enables us to identify the skills that we need to get there. Now, when we have the skills that we need to get there, that gets back some way into the school curriculum. I bet you, I know people who still go to school, and some of the things I learned is what they're still learning, and that's not going to work. So, you know, those are some of the challenges. But I also like to, you know, piggyback on what has been said here earlier. Lack of data is a big, big challenge when you talk about job creation. And then how do we monitor and evaluate? You know, that's also a big challenge. So I'll stop there.
Thank you, Mrs. Sawyer. And I really like what you said about bespoke solutions tailored to our environment and our economy. Okay, so I'm going to move to Dr. Aduloju. As a policy entrepreneur and the CEO of Africa's foremost private sector think tank, what role do policies and regulations play in fostering this collaboration that we're talking about?
So thank you. But before I explain the role of policy, let me try and define what the policy problem is, right? Because the policy problem is a little bit more than jobs. So Nigeria is growing its population rate faster than it's growing its economy. So at the current rate of growth, we will never have enough jobs for the young people that we are nurturing in our society. That's your macro problem. That macro problem means that if you do not solve the problem of growth, you will never solve the problem of jobs. And it's important to stress that, and we can choke the executive secretary and board of LSETF all we want. if the Lagos economy does not grow faster than its population rate, we will be behind on jobs no matter how hard we try. Now, you have to add to that population growth rate, immigration growth rate, right? Which is something that the governor pointed out this morning. So that's a problem that requires a policy solution for economic growth. However, when you look at the structure of jobs that Nigeria has created since 1999, we have created largely what we call low elasticity jobs. A low elasticity job is a problem because for every 10 jobs you create, right, 6 people go into poverty. I think the elasticity rate is 0.4, which means we are actually creating some jobs that are what you call working poor jobs. So when we look at the NBS data, which I want to thank the keynote speaker and the governor for pointing to, we have created a statistical problem, which is your second policy problem, that the policy based on the new statistics now fails to identify working poor as part of the population we must move into decent work. Because if you say they're employed, the data says they're employed, you know, based on the chairman of Faith Foundation's presentation this morning, you exempt them from the task of finding sustainable jobs. Number 3 is then the problem of discussing demographic growth without, you know, opportunity growth. I agree with both the keynote speaker and the governor. Nigeria will have a 420 million population in 2050. 70% of that population will be young. So by the way, Nigeria has already gone through a demographic transition, but Nigeria will be younger for longer, and so will Lagos. That means that you are going to have 320 million young people under the age of 35 in 2050 that you must have an economy that can absorb at work. Here's the fact: no sector of the economy is growing at the rate that makes that happen. So your third policy problem is to identify labor-intensive, high job elasticity sectors that can absorb the workforce into those sectors and stimulate growth in those sectors. So last policy challenge is that it's not government that that creates jobs for the most. Even in Lagos, today in Lagos, 90% of the jobs come from the private sector. Okay? 82.7% of those jobs are in the informal sector. And only 10% of workers in Lagos are employed by the federal, state, or local government. Therefore, in real terms, the collaboration is that policy creates a space for business to absorb people at work. So I think these are the problems. These are the policy problems. Now, how do you fix these problems? Problem number 1 requires identifying the sectors that have labor intensity and have the potential to absorb more people, right? Problem number 2 is we must change the statistic and the targets to identify the population we must move so that we can measure it. And I think Ms. Adiola extensively discussed the need for employability, employment migration, and job migration data. Number 3, when we have identified the sectors for growth, we must then stimulate them appropriately. Sectors grow because of 3 things. 1, enabling environment. Investment intensity. It's investment intensity that creates opportunities, opportunities that create jobs. So we must become deliberate how much investments will go into the sectors in Lagos that can absorb more people, okay? And I think that's how we move forward. So, but let me pause here, and maybe when we come in a different round, I can now begin to point to specific high intensity, high job elasticity sectors and how we get them to fire.
That was actually my next question for you, but I think I'll come back to you on this sector-specific question. So identifying those sectors and based on your research, helping us to identify those sectors. Okay, I'll come back to you, Dr. Adoloju. Let me move to a private sector focused question. So Mrs. Adjo, based on your work with flour mills and other private sector organizations that you've worked for, what are some innovative approaches the private sector is thinking of in terms of creating jobs in Nigeria, and how can the public sector support these initiatives?
All right, thank you very much. Firstly, I need to apologize on behalf of our group managing director, who is unavoidably absent today, and I'm sitting in for him. So I think to start to answer your question, we start to look at it, what exactly is job creation? I think we look at it in one way, but there are two things. The first one is, like the doctor has said, there has to be enough economic activity to create work for people. The second leg to it is that there have to be people who have the skills to do the job that needs to be done. And I think that's where we miss, because if today we created 1 million jobs, do we have people who have the skills required to do that 1 million job, or do we run into a different problem? So what are some of the things the private sector tried to do to bridge this gap is, one, if I think of the organization where I work with flour mills and even my previous employment, is how do we do on skills development? So for example, we've run what they call the graduate training program for several years now, which involves taking people straight out of school without any experience and investing 12 to 18 months. And that will lead me to my next comment on what can the private sector do, public sector do in partnership. 12 to 18 months to build the skills required for the job. And we've had good success with that program several years, and some people have made it to director on that program. We think about how do we help the informal sector. FMN has what it calls a prize for innovation. So it invests in small businesses and small business ideas. You compete with all of your ideas, that is, and the top 3 are given the seed funding to bring that idea or expand the business opportunity. The other thing we do is a lot of skill development programs. You know, a lot of them happens in terms of we have academies, investing a lot in growing the skills of people, even after the job, so you can get to the next level. What are the things we are looking at from a forward perspective? One of it is, how do we expand internship programs sideways, that when people finish the program, they really do have skills. Because a lot of times people go through programs without developing the requisite skills, and by the time they're out of school, they're still lacking in the skills. So what are some of the ideas? And you know, FMN is launching through an internship program that says you would come and you would acquire skills. So that by the time you go back to school, the theory will make sense, and by the time you are out of the labor market, you are in the labor market, you have an advantage. Those are some of the things we're doing currently to see how we help in job creation, getting people ready for the opportunities when they come. On the other hand, of course, we have business expansion. One of the things FMN is doing well is backward integration. So for example, we have a farm in Sunti, you know, employing about 5,000 people, and these 5,000 people are job opportunities. You know, there's opportunity to double that or even quadruple that if we have the right policy that enables us to continue to expand in that area. And I think your last comment was what are the ways we can partner, or we take that in the next session.
I can come back to you on that. Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, so Mrs. Adjo has done a good job just explaining the different ways that we can work together, the private sector and the public sector. But I want to give you a chance to respond in terms of what you're currently doing today. So my question to you is, can you provide examples of successful public-private partnerships that we have today that have led to job creation? So we know we have Lsetf in Lagos State. I know there's PEBEC, the MSME clinic as well. Can you shed some light on some of these examples, and what lessons can we learn from these examples? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I think when we want to talk about these job creations and all that, the examples that I've given so far, you will agree with me that they have said a lot about this. Is most of the time we do tautology, we repeat mostly what they've said. Let me go to your question straight. See, job creation, in a simple way, is for the young people. The government itself doesn't have a capacity to employ the numbers of young people we have now, if it's general. So the partnership is important, but the areas that we are not really putting our eyes on is that what type of job they need in Lagos is different from what type of job they need in Ekiti. It's different from what they need in Osun, maybe the North Central, the South South. If the collaborative agencies and the government put together, sit down and analyze what we really need. I was talking to someone and I said, see, the youth of this country can easily be engaged in 5 ways. I put it in 3 ways. Is that you engage them in entertainment, they have the ways of how to make things, because everything that we've been seeing about skills. We go to school. After school, a lot of people bring out their certificates. After bringing out their certificates, there is nothing to show for it because you don't have the skill to do the particular jobs you have to be given in any private agency. So how do you have this? A lot of people have been skilling, putting people on skills and that. But the collaboration would have been sweet and sweet if we harness and put everything together, look at it holistically as a country, and make sure that the ones that are going to be in Lagos, probably they are going to be the youth in tech, probably they are going to be the youth in sports, probably they are going to be the youth in education, whereby the skills will come out of what we work for them, and all the private organizations will start working towards to achieve it. We have a lot of private organizations that are working hard just to make sure that the Nigerian youth have a skill. 1. 2, they get employed. But because we are not putting it together, we are not sitting together to look at, okay, what we can do, and that is the essence of this job creation with the Lagos State Entrepreneurship, and a large numbers of agencies, like, see what is happening in the small, medium entrepreneurship, SMEDAN, and Naseni and all that. Putting those things together, working with the private sector, looking at area where the CNG, the new initiative of the CNG, and today, let me tell you, but in the next 2 weeks or 3 weeks, we're putting up how to train people on how to use CNG materials, CNG operations, CNG vehicles, CNG, and it's going to create a lot of jobs, and it's because we are partnering with the private sector. And again, to skill the young people so that they can be able to operate it. And that has taken a lot. If we continue to mention about those private sector, you can hear what the doctor said. We have a lot of private organizations that are working, that are in line. But for me, we still have to sit down, look at what suits the environment we are working towards, so that we can have somebody we not said is employed. He has a job, but because the job is being paid 150,000, then he needs a job of 200,000 or 300,000. Then he's unemployed. Then the data, there's a lot of small things that really affect us that we need to look into. I'm sure of time.
No, perfect. Thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. Because we're running out of time, and I want to leave some time for questions, I'm just going to quickly ask 2 of my panelists some 2 questions, and then we can take questions from the audience. My first question is to Mrs. Sawyer. With any partnership and any collaboration, you need to be able to measure. So can you just tell us what some key KPIs or measures we should be looking out for when we have this private and public sector collaboration? And my second question is to Dr. Adolodre. I think it's very important that you help us identify the sectors that you're, based on your research, that would provide the high elasticity, sustainable, decent jobs. So, Mrs. Sawyer.
Okay, thank you. I'll just, before I answer the question, I'll just say a bit about what we do at the MTN Foundation and how the approach we have taken to job creation. We understand it comes in 2 forms. Not everybody's going to have a 9 to 5. an office job or whatever we call it. And so for us, we're high on entrepreneurship. So we have programs, as much as we have programs, scholarship programs that take students in public tertiary institutions through school studying STEM. We're deliberate because we believe technology will help us close the gap as a nation. We also have scholarship for the arts, and they go through school. But the important thing in that scholarship is not like every other one. We're building them. So while they're in school, they're learning digital skills. They must get additional certifications. So we work with Microsoft, Google, IBM, and they must work, get the certifications and apply them somewhat, so that by the time they are out of school, they're a bit, they have an advantage over the fresh graduate. Now, when it comes to entrepreneurship, a lot of capacity building. I think over like 3 years, we've trained about 15,000 young people who are interested in entrepreneurship. So when we do this, we partner with the Enterprise Development Center, and we take them through, modules that help them in their business. And we also have another scheme for women called the Yellowpreneur. Now, the interesting thing is, at the end of it all, they have the skills. And then at the end of it, the top 300 of them have access to some grants in every cohort. So I think we've done about 600 now that have had access to the grants. What we do, we don't give them the money. So they have a business plan. What we do is we fund an equipment for them. So we're not giving you cash, but you come to us and say, this is what you need for your business, and we fund it. And what we found is a lot of, and they're across the nation, in Jigawa, in Adamawa, across. A lot of them, as I speak, about 80% of them now employ minimum of 3 people in their businesses. And so that is how we're creating, value. For the women, what we do, by the time you're done with the training in EDC at the LBS, the Lagos Business School, you have a business plan, which can be difficult to prepare for anybody. So you have that business plan up to standard. It is bankable. And then you now go into a pitch where about 200 of them have access to funding from MTN up to about 3 million. However, the funding, we don't give them the cash. We call it loans. Loans because it can be difficult. A donor becomes fatigued when you always have to dip money in and bring up fresh capital. So it's at 2.5% flat, 36 months 6 months moratorium, payback over 36 months. But the very interesting thing is when you pay back, then you get 25% of that amount as a grant. So these are ways that we're trying to, create employment, because every woman that we have funded has also, employed about 3 other women. Now, to your questions around the key KPIs, I think the key KPIs in any partnership, the first thing is you must have, and it's a KPI, you must have a shared objective. A situation where and I've seen it happen a lot, because all we do is with the public sector. We don't fund private sector. What we see is, what we found out is it's important to have a confluence of the objectives. So we have to come together and say, this is what we're trying to achieve. A lot of partnerships don't have that. And so you find that it will fail. Now, the second thing is, what's the governance around it? The legal and regulatory frameworks that enable that partnership, because there's a private sector, there's a public sector. So how do we put in these frameworks and to enable success? Now, as we have clear objectives, you also have to have a clear picture of the outcomes. Now, from time to time, we need to move, and I think the keynote speaker said it, we need to transit from project indicators to impact indicators. You know, where we are truly measuring the ripple effect of whatever interventions the partnerships will address within the economy. So we measure it, you know, at times it's good to count, we train 9,000 people, but it doesn't stop there. Now this 9,000 people, what value have they added to their, how many more people have they employed? How much taxes are they able to pay? And so you have all of those KPIs, and of course consistently you must put your, what we in the development space call your theory of change. You must have it, and you must monitor and evaluate. And the reason why you monitor and evaluate is so that you can apply your lessons learned on time so that you can get to the desired outcomes.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mrs. Soyan. The MC is putting me under a lot of pressure to close this session. So I apologize. We don't have time for questions. I'm just going to allow Dr. Aduloju quickly tell us the sectors that he's researched.
So I think that because of time, let me say 4 things to close. One is that Lagos is already competitive in certain sectors, services, which has several digital and non-digital services, including hospitality, tourism, food, value chains, etc. And there's a lot of space for growth. Manufacturing still has space for growth in Lagos. Construction, education and health, trade. Okay, so these are kind of the sectors that can fire in Lagos. Lagos can create 1 million jobs a year, okay, if these sectors are growing, and that can become absorptive capacity. But so these are what we call the horizontals. Now the verticals are, in each of these sectors, you have your entry point job, and you have your entry point enterprise. Now, job creation can be created by either one. Entry point enterprise discusses the minimum entrepreneurial output that creates your nano enterprise, then your small enterprise, then your medium enterprise. The second is the minimum skill required to enter the first job. We must solve in each of these sectors what you call the entry point requirement for the individual skill holder, which already the fund does very well. And then you must solve what we call the minimum enterprise entry requirement. For each of these, you need both skills for the individual and skill for the enterprise builder or the founder. For each of these, you need funds for building the skills, you need funds for building the enterprise. But once you move beyond that, you now need a demand strategy. Those in the market must place a demand on this SME. And this SME must create something that those in the market can buy. Same for the individual skill. So you need an ecosystem, what we call a national entrepreneurial ecosystem, that takes the enterprises in and connects the dots. Most SMEs can't connect the dots for themselves, and a lot of the hubs that exist in the fund do so already. What we require is intensity and intentionality. Intensity in the stack of capital that is lined up at the different areas. A startup fund needs seed funding. They don't need commercial loans. A nanopreneur needs, between 50,000 to 100,000. So these are different layers of the same system. What we need to do in Lagos is settle down and decide, one, what will be the Lagos jobs agenda? To create 1 or 2 million jobs a year, which sectors will it come from? Up end, what are the big investors you can bring into those sectors? You're discussing the flour mills, the Dangotes. Then what set of micro, medium enterprises must cluster around the big players? Then the private sector can partner in a real way by saying, we will create the value chain projects that connect us to these medium, small, micro and nano players in our value chain. So the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria already has a project where the manufacturers are now mapping who are my medium, who are my small, who are my micro, who are my nano, and then pulling them in. What then is important is the right capacity development program in each of these value chains for the enterprise, for the individual. Mr. Aliko Dangote was building a refinery here in Nigeria. When it became time to find welders, to be honest, there were no welders in Lagos that could meet the competency and skill requirements to go in. Plus training, Lagos could still not provide enough. So sometimes we bring an industry in, and the gap between what is required and where we are, there's a huge gap. That's a skills development program that we can collaborate on. So I think there are 6 collaboration areas: on investment intensity, on then connections in each of these value chains, each of these sectors, then connections in the type of capital. You know, you need startup capital and seed capital. Then when you say impact funding comes later in the chain. You can't use impact funding, for example, but especially if it wants an economic outcome, when you're discussing freshly skilled people. So I think we need to connect the dots within a Lagos entrepreneurial ecosystem model backed by a Lagos jobs plan. And I think that's where we'll make progress.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Adeoloju. That brings us to the end of our session. I am so sorry. I know you really prepared, but because of time, just like Dr. Adeoloju said, Lagos State can absolutely create 1 million jobs a year. We need an entrepreneurial ecosystem. We need the collaboration from the private sector, the public sector, and investors as well. Thank you very much to the organizers, and thank you to my esteemed panelists, and thank you to the audience.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Please gather together for a group photograph with the ES and Mrs. Adeshola, the chair, and the Executive Secretary of the LSCTF, please. We're moving right on to the breakout sessions. The green economy will happen right here in this hall. Sorry, Minister. Yeah, so you have been between 2 men, that's it. We're having 3 breakout sessions. The Lagos Free Zone, unlocking the job and wealth creation potentials for Nigeria and Africa. This would hold at the Zinnia Hall, right next door. The green economy, driving investments to the last mile, will happen at the Grand Ballroom, which is here. Innovative strategies for reducing youth unemployment and enhancing job creation is happening at the Abora Suits. Investment funding channels for emerging sectors, creative gig and circular, will happen at the Lavender Hall. So I'll take it again. Lagos Free Zone is happening at Zinnia Hall. Green economy is happening at the Grand Ball, which is here. Innovative strategies for reducing youth unemployment is happening at the Abora Suits. And investment and funding for emerging sectors is happening at the Lavender. All of the work that the LSCTF does is supported by legislative support. And I must take this moment to acknowledge the presence of the chairman of the House Committee on Economic Planning and Budget, Honorable Ulumo Lukman, and Honorable Oshafile Stella Foluke, who is the chairman of House Committee on Wealth Creation. We appreciate your presence, members of the State House of Assembly. We'll now file out to join any breakout sessions that we would like to be part of. It should last for not more than 20 minutes, right after we're coming back for the final plenary session and lunch. One more time. There are 4 breakout sessions. Please ask at the reception if you're not clear. The green economy is taking place here. So if you're for the green economy, please remain seated. The Lagos Free Zone is happening at the Zinnia Hall. Innovative strategies for reducing youth unemployment is happening at the Abora Suits, which is opposite this place. Investment and funding channels for emerging sectors, that's the creative, gig, and circular economies, is happening at the Lavender Hall. So if you are in doubt, please ask any of the ushers or the people at the reception. Thank you very much. All right, I've just been corrected. This is the Zinnia Hall. So if you're for the Lagos Free Zone, you should be here. If you're for the green economy, you should please go to the Grand Ballroom. If you're for the green economy, please go to the Grand Ballroom. Those that are meant to be here are for the Lagos Free Zone, because this is the Zinnia Hall. If you're for the green economy, please go to the Grand Ballroom. Green economy, driving investments to the last mile. Green economy, driving investment to the last mile. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. So, we are sorry for the confusion. I think there was a little bit of confusion around the venue for the session. We'll be having the Lagos Free Zone, unlocking the job and wealth creation potentials for Nigeria and Africa. We'll be having that session here. And we'll be moderating the session. My name is Akiropo Omowari, and I work for GIZ. Very quickly, let me introduce the panel for this session. I'll be starting with Mrs. Adesua Ladoja, the MD CEO of Lagos Free Zone. A round of applause for her, please. Thank you very much, ma'am. She will be joined by the Permanent Secretary, Ministry for Commerce, Trade and Investment, Dr. Olubemiga Aino. Please just speak as well. Yes, please. Thank you. And we also have on the panel Mr. Taiwo Adetumobi, the SSA to the President, PEBEC and Investments, and also the CEO of PEBEC Secretariat. Is Mr. Taiwo here? Is Mr. Taiwo here? Okay, maybe not at the moment. So I'll just, the last speaker that will be joining us on stage is, so just give me a minute. I think that was a bit of a review of this. Founder and Emerging Africa Group, Dr. Toyin F. Sonny. A round of applause for her, please. Is Mr. Taiwo here now? Mr. Taiwo Adetumobi, the SSS President, PEBEC. If not here, I think we'll just go ahead with the three panelists. So, hello? Okay, I think this is fine now. Let's get into it. I know we don't have so much time, and there's going to be pressure on time, so we'll quickly try to get into it. Lagos Free Zone. Unlocking the job and wealth creation potential for Nigeria and Africa. Let's start from there. Let's even understand Lagos Free Zone. What is Lagos Free Zone? And what exactly, or how exactly are you trying to unlock the potential for wealth and job creation for Nigeria and then Africa?
Hello. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for staying on with the summit, and I hope that we have an engaging few minutes with us. So, Lagos Free Zone. The first thing that I want to say is Lagos Free Zone, not Lekki Free Zone. That's very important to note. Lagos Free Zone is a private, one of the very first private-led free zones in Nigeria. And it has a unique selling point because, like with the, truly innovative zones in the most developed parts of the world, it comes with an integrated port, a deep sea port with 16.5 meters depth. It's the only zone with that feature. So it's very unique and it's very different. And it is built to global world-class standards. So it is automatically geared towards international investment and onshore investors who want to be operating at a very high standard. So presently we have investors kind of value of $2.5 billion and counting. So what it is it's a zone which is created to maximize whatever talent, whatever creativity we have in Nigeria, and with a port so that that creativity can be exported to the world. It's ready for business. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ma. We'll come back to that and probably explore it further around how exactly Nigeria as a country can benefit from that unique infrastructure that you have there. Let me come to Lagos State. Dr. Taiwo. I always mention to people that Lagos State, when it comes to investment attraction, because that's one of the things that Lagos Free Zone is trying to also do, to be able to bring investors to Nigeria and be able to, leverage on that facility and the infrastructure there. I tell people that when talking about investment in Nigeria or in Nigeria, Lagos State must not or should not compare itself to any other state in Nigeria, but rather Lagos should be comparing itself to, other economic cities. Like in the morning we had already, 5th largest economy in Africa. So you can't be comparing yourself. In fact, we should see you as you want dragging investors to Nigeria most. Now, what is Lagos State government doing currently to be able to really remain competitive, not in Nigeria, but in Africa, in terms of driving investments to Nigeria and, of course, to Lagos State? what are you currently doing? What are the efforts that the state government is putting in place to be able to really drive investment in Nigeria, which will then lead to even partnership with organizations like the Free Trade Zone?
Thank you very much. I'm quite happy you've been able to emphasize the status of Lagos as a destination for investment. And it's not that we should be comparing Lagos as a subnational with the likes of other states, but rather we should be benchmarking ourselves and thinking about how we're going to take over Johannesburg, Cape Town, and Cairo, which are the current African cities that are a little bit ahead of us. And I think it's something that is doable because we have a lot of positive comparative advantage that can take us to that level, be it in terms of the workforce. Previous speakers have already told us that we have a significant youthful population, of which they are quite trained, they are skillful, but it's just for us to harness them and repurpose them to the needs of a modern society. Also, in terms of infrastructure, I think we're quite advanced compared to other states. And of course, if you look at what was trending in the last 24, 48 hours from Sahara reporters in terms of foreign direct investment that came in as capital, of course, Lagos was the only one, then maybe Ogun State following. There was no other state that was mentioned. So that shows the significance of Lagos as the hub of commercial activity into Lagos, even though it is a sub-sovereign. Having said that, we know even if we are the Mecca, we are still limited by a lot of sovereign issues. And that is why the government is quite interested in saying, if we want to continue growing the GDP, which we have grown in the last 4 years from about 21 trillion to 41, and we're still growing, okay, we need to put certain things in place to be able to be in that big league. And that's the first thing is, number one, the ease of doing business in Lagos must be well addressed. Of course, there is this SEBA reform that actually puts us behind all those major countries. And Mr. Governor and the entire Executive Council has taken it as a priority that, number one, how do we improve the ease of doing business in Nigeria, in Lagos especially? Because if you're going to be investing or inviting major brands, you must be able to provide a conducive environment for them. And then government has no business in business except just to provide policies and regulatory framework. And when they bring in their capitals, there must be certain things in place that will encourage them to stay. And I'm happy to say that the first round of what we call the SEBA reforms, Lagos was able to meet a lot of its disbursement-linked indicators, where other states are still trying to set such indicators. The first thing is land-based reforms. How do you want to access land when you want to invest? The other two is how do you leverage on technology? The third one is how do we actually bring in some transparency in terms of the fees, the taxes that are available for you to pay as an entrepreneur, as a major investor. And then it's a top priority for the ESCO to say all these 4 areas must be clearly spelled out. And of course, how do you also make taxes and fees payable within the other neighboring nations also easily accessible, that you just open a dashboard and you're able to say, I want to come and invest in Lagos. This is where I'm going to go. This is where I'm going to go. And I must say at this point that PEBEC, of course, by Dr. Ajay Tumobi, they've been giving us a lot of support in making sure that we meet all these reforms. Having said that, you must have the necessary infrastructure. Let me tell you a major competitive advantage which no other state is able to meet. We'll be the only state in Africa that will be hosting 2 deep sea ports. Of course, we have the Lagos Deep Sea Port that's been able to do tremendously what Tinkan Island could not do. Secondly, the Badagry Deep Sea Port is coming up. And of course, we're also putting major infrastructural development to support a lot of those axes that will bring in those investments or when those major brands come in. And as the representative of the Lagos Free Zone, which is one, we also have Lekki Free Zone, of course, and we also still have Alaro City within Lekki. And there are major brands that are there creating jobs. Many international brands that will not be able to phantom that they are already producing in Nigeria. the likes of Colgate, Palmolives, Kellogg's. A lot of them are being manufactured right here in Nigeria, in Lagos. And they are creating jobs. So the onus is on the government now to also support them with those infrastructural facilities, which is receiving top attention at the ESCO level. The XZR Road, Lekki-Ekpe Expressway is going. The XZR one is about to be started by the federal government. There must also be a link one to the southwest, whereby if you don't want to evacuate your produce when you are producing within the free zone, you are able to also do the haulage by road. And of course, we just concluded plans to have a trailer park, such that there will be, we leverage on modern technology, and there will be what we call a call-up system, so that we don't get there and we are now stuck at where we are having at Apapa and think and we become a gridlock area. And then there are so many things I would have loved to mention, but
maybe
I'll
come back to you. Yes, maybe I'll come back to you. I'll come back to you. Thank you so much, sir. Let me come to you, Dr. Sani. And thank you very much for still being able to make it. We had a discussion yesterday, or day before yesterday. I'm glad you're able to make it. Let me ask you, one of the things that you do in your group is facilitating inward investment into Africa and, of course, into Nigeria. How difficult it is, to convince people to come to Nigeria. And what are they telling you, even when they are here? I'm sure you interact with them. What are they telling you? Things that probably, Doctor has mentioned what Lagos State is doing. Do you hear the same thing in terms of their experience, or what exactly are they telling you? And what do you think we need to be looking at?
I hope I'm audible. Yes. So, good afternoon, everyone, and it's a pleasure to be here. So, indeed, in our work at Emerging Africa Capital, we facilitate inward flow of investments into Africa. We actually exist to facilitate both flow of investments in both directions, but I know what is relevant to our conversation today is inward flow, and we engage, from time to time with international and regional investors who are looking at our markets. Now, some of these investors have an expected range of concerns. So concerns that range from security to infrastructure to their ability to repatriate their returns, and also their original principal investments, to concerns around the foreign exchange regime and how they would be able to access forex for their trades, to a lot of other concerns. Now, what we aim to do is to partner with institutions and governments that are in a position to address those concerns to a reasonable extent, that we're then able to push out these opportunities within this zone. So now talking about the work that the Lagos Free Trade Zone is doing and Lagos State government is doing. Obviously, Lagos State is a better sell than a lot of other competing investment destinations in Africa. And that's what we push, the commitment of the government itself. Very importantly, the presence of a Lekki free zone that enables them to have a plug-and-play solution. So some of their concerns around infrastructure, around licenses, around utilities, around real estate, all of these essentially, I believe, is what has been born, and access to international markets is what has been bundled together into Lagos Free Zone, because they're able to find all that in one place. So we are actually now collaborating with the zone to help them find internationals that can invest, that can move in and sign agreements with them. Now, the other thing we'll do is that we actually facilitate trade missions. So as we speak right now, we are expecting a trade and investment delegation from Democratic Republic of Congo, DRC. 3 of their ministers are coming, and they're going to come with a lot of their private sector business people. They will be here in the last week in August, and we have already, spoken to the Lagos Free Zone, identified it as one of the places we would like them to visit. So the more we can show them that, and when you are also operating in that kind of zone, security is also addressed to a reasonable extent. I mean, to the extent while you are within the zone, So all those are the kind of things that we do. The last thing that I will say about how we support businesses and companies is obviously that we provide financing solutions. So we provide advisory solutions, and we also raise capital for businesses. So we hope to be able to support businesses that are moving into Nigeria, because usually they look for an end-to-end market entry solution, working with like the free zone, showing them the benefits of the tax exemptions that they're going to enjoy, and then we being able to package domestic funding for them. I think it can give rise to a smoother entry, so to speak. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I was going to ask later about the collaboration, but I think you already mentioned a bit of that is already happening, which is good to hear. Let's come to PEBEC. Mr. Adetumo Bitayo. The elephant in the room in the last few months has been around businesses leaving, companies leaving Nigeria. And I know the work that PEBEC has done in the last few years around being able to really sell Nigeria, improve business enabling environment, and also NIPC and the likes. From your office and from PEBEC, because now it's PEBEC and investment, from PEBEC and investment, what are you looking at? How are you receiving all of this? And what are you looking at in terms of investment retention? And what sort of collaboration are you looking to be able to really forge, to be able to not only attract, but also keep these businesses, even when there are other issues that they have to contend with? How do we, on the retention side, what are we doing?
Thank you so much for the question, and my apologies for joining my distinguished panelists a little late. I got lost somewhere in this hotel. Attracting investment to the Nigerian economy is a team sport, right? That's why you mentioned NIPC, and there's several other parts of the government that have to collaborate on this. The way we think of our role as PEBEC is after the companies land, then they have to expand. And that's really where we can help them by streamlining the regulatory experience that they have, particularly at the federal level. And of course, we collaborate with states to do something similar at the state level as well. Across the PEBEC organization, we have 5 work streams, and I'll speak to one that really speaks to this question, our regulatory reform work stream, where we work with over 50 federal government agencies to drive levels of transparency that we haven't seen before in the Nigerian economy, right? This is essentially helping them and supporting them to implement the Business Facilitation Act. Now, this act sets some really high standards on transparency and efficiency for government agencies. For instance, it requires that all federal government agencies publish on their websites and social media channels a list of all services that they provide, the requirements to access those services, the cost, the timeline in which applications will be processed, and the procedure. You can only imagine the kind of impact that has. You can only imagine the kind of impact that has for the business climate when there is clarity, right? The big issue isn't so much cost, it's uncertainty. That's the big issue. And so we do work around these areas to help reduce the level of uncertainty that businesses face.
I'll come back to PEBEC, definitely, because I think we need to look at that area of collaboration really, really more. So I'll come back to you, Lagos Free Zone, Mrs. Adesu Aladoja. You mentioned, I think in your introduction, that a particular amount that you are targeting in terms of companies that come to the zone. I don't know if you want to really repeat that again. And the question for me will be around how many businesses. I mean, earlier in the morning, I think the panel before us, Dr. Adeluju mentioned that about 90%, or let's even go to Smidan, we know about close to 90% of businesses in Nigeria are within a bracket of micro, small, and medium. Just about less than 10 are actually large companies. So if the target is the amount I thought you mentioned, that's why I wanted you to repeat it. How many of the companies, particularly MSMEs in Nigeria, can actually afford that? And the question for me is, what are the opportunities for MSMEs? If they cannot afford that, what are the opportunities for MSMEs to be able to partake in Lagos Free Zone?
Thank you. So first of all, what we talked about earlier was the FDI investments that we actually secured.
Okay.
And we were talking 2.5 billion US dollars. And they are global brands. The PS mentioned some of them. He mentioned Colgate because they've been to the zone. So we're talking Colgate, we're talking Kellogg's, we're talking Ala, we're talking Tata from India. So it's very widely spread. It's very representative of the different kind of goods that are out there. But that's not to say that the zone is only targeted towards big, large-scale investors, where there's also room for small businesses. And in fact, it actually represents a very good way for small businesses to be able to come in without being concerned too much. You know, we say something that in Nigeria, if you want to do a business, you have to be your own government. You have to sort out your power, you have to sort out your water. All that is taken care of in the zone because we have warehouses where you can just come, lease a little space, come with your machinery, plug and play, and start your business. There's light, there's gas, there's security. All the regulatory agencies are all represented in the zone. And you know, the ease of doing business that we talk about, Lagos Free Zone is a prototype of how it can operate in a very efficient and functional manner. And like Dr. Sonny said, the zone is under NEBSA, is tax exempt. So it gives you that padding, that ability to be able to do what you need to do without being unduly bothered. And again, all this will just improve our trade balances, allow us to be able to export because the port is there. So it's a one-stop shop. It's a unique means of doing business, and it exists, it's here, and honestly, we don't talk about it enough. It is something that's very important for everyone to know, so that internationally, locally, anybody that has a capital that wants to actually do something in the real sector, Lagos Free Zone is there, ready to be used. Thank you.
Do we have any MSME in the room? Any small business in the room? Okay, we have few. They would like to know, if I want to come to Lagos Free Zone, because the way you describe it, everything is there, just plug and play. Can they come? And there won't be barriers to your business is small.
You come in, there are different sectors. We have different sites. We have FMCG, we have pharmaceuticals, we have chemicals, we have downstream petroleum, engineering, paper, non-metallic minerals, whatever it is that you are doing. What would be good is to have everybody in clusters so that there's efficiencies of scale. Once you fit into the clusters that we've identified, we'll help you with your registrations, get all your regulatory permits that you need, and then in a little as 2 weeks, you are ready to start business.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll be coming back to you, not on this panel, but in real life. We'll be coming back to be able to test that.
We'll be waiting for you.
And I come to Doctor. That is an opportunity. If small businesses can plug in, and she also mentioned that there's not enough information, what can Lagos State government do, particularly your ministry, to be able to really, cluster the businesses within those sectors that I mentioned and be able to, get them to take advantage of a facility like this?
Thank you. Well, to support what she had just said, I know when I and myself and my Honorable Commissioner visited the zones, we gave you a marching order. That number one, you must create space for the MSMEs to partake. Because the basic foundation of creating wealth in any society is that you must have a formidable MSME sector. Unfortunately, taking a critical analysis of that MSME sector in Nigeria, we have a lot within that sector, but they are not scaling up. They are not scaling up in terms of capacity development. They are not scaling up in terms of accessibility to markets. They are also not scaling up in terms of accessibility to low or single-digit funds. And this sometimes is because of inherent problems within the MSMEs themselves. We've even also had to come down to the nanos. When we are talking about creating employment or creating jobs, no government employs everybody anywhere in the whole world. When you have significant manufacturing or commercial activities, you generate wealth, you create jobs. Imagine how many nanos, if they are quite vibrant, okay, will be able to have significant income for their individual homes and then move up to employ one or two. You'll be quite amazed if you ask a particular nano, like for example, somebody maybe selling vegetables. Now, what volume are you doing on a monthly basis? There may be no data. So when you don't have data of what you're doing, how can the financial institutions come and help you? We've taken a cursory look at all these issues and we have preferred solutions. Number one, we need to reduce significantly the cost of production for a lot of those MSMEs. And that is where the free zones come in. But in addition to that, to even governments, since Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu had decided to march together and make the ministry a formidable one by bringing together investments, cooperative activities, trades, okay, and also commercial activities, looking for investments everywhere. We've discovered that we'll be able to pull out a lot of MSMEs out of their doldrums. And how do you want to do that? This is the state that has about 14 industrial hubs. How many of those ones are being utilized for what they were purposed for? So now we are on the drive of repurposing those industrial hubs. If some of us that are older than 40 in this room, you will know about the Matori industrial hubs in those days, created by Alhaji Lateef Jakonde. And those were where you had significant industrial activity. If you get there now, not much is going on because a lot of what is being done now is people just importing and not actually generating creating that jobs. We want to repurpose, refurbish a lot of them. We also have enterprise development zones. We have in different sectors of the economy of the state, all those are being developed. And what do? They are supposed to act as an incubator center so that you don't come in and spend a significant amount of your initial capital in building a factory. Before the end of this year, we'll be able to commission the Immortal Light Industrial Park, which is situated so close to the Immortal Rice Mill. And we have about almost 80 prefabricated factory units. All you just need to do is plug in. That is number one. Number two, how do we improve accessibility to the markets? We're on a drive to improve exports. We have said one product per state. An area where Lagos has significant comparative advantage is coconut. And then the Nigerian Gulf Agency comes to us. We want to pre-qualify a lot of you, make some sure that you get to a exportable level. Could you believe it's been difficult to even harness a lot of MSMEs to be able to pull their products together, okay, and export? So we have a lot registered, about 30,000, but how many of them are moving up? How many nanos are coming to become micros? Micros are becoming small to medium, and then you gradually become something big. Another thing is accessibility to market, leveraging on technology, okay? And then we also have to develop their capacity. And how do we do that? MSME clinics is there. We're also bringing markets to them. We have started the MSME fair, apart from the Lagos International Trade Fair. The second one is joining in September, whereby we're extending it beyond the shores of Lagos. We have the ECOWAS and Free Friendly Countries Trade Fair, whereby a lot of even their counterparts from the neighboring West African states will come and join the other MSMEs in addition to the major players. And it's like to be a success. We just concluded the Adire Trade Fair, which was jam-packed. So there are lots of avenues and opportunities within Lagos. All this just for us to get a lot of them together and make them tap into this, and then we take it from there. We are currently discussing with the Bank of Industry because finance, to be honest with you, as a businessman, I don't think I want to take a loan that is double digit in Nigeria. And that's why a lot of them are scarce. I mean, they're scared of going to access such funds. But we're in discussion with Bank of Industry, whereby if you can get a single-digit loan for a lot of our MSMEs, give them a moratorium to pay back, supervise them, and that is the purview of the ministry. So there are laws in place that the government can do for them. We can still do better, in addition to also promoting occupancy rates. Because right now the occupancy rate at both the Lekki Free Zone and the Lagos Free Zone is not what Lagos State wants it to be. We want it to be almost about 50–60%. I know they're trying to push it up, and I will suggest individuals, MSMEs, let's pay a visit to that free zone. You'll be amazed at the level of investment your people, tolerance, the Chinese, of course, the Dangote refinery is coming in to also to complement. The Alaro City is there, airport zone is coming in. So it's a place to be for anybody that wants to catch in on the opportunity. Thank you.
Do we have an invitation to visit? Okay, because I think there will be a lot of visitors coming to see what you have there. Let me come back to you, Dr. Sani, and I still want to stay on this issue, and I just want to tap a little bit from your experience. As part of your facilitating investments, do you sometimes try to facilitate to an existing business? For instance, getting an investor to actually invest in an existing business? Because there's a question raised. Sometimes it's difficult to scale. Is that an area you look at all? If not, do you also try to help, businesses inside in terms of their upward investment? Just to really understand that angle. And is there anything, how best do you think we can really address this? If we all complain that, infrastructure is a big challenge in Africa, there is a place where infrastructure has been provided where you can plug and play. And according to the MD, CEO, that it's not only for big businesses, even for small businesses can come, but they need to organize themselves to clusters. But this is not happening. The occupation rate is still very low. Then, and we have a lot of businesses in Nigeria. What are we missing? What are we missing? And is there anything that you think, based on the work you are doing currently in your organization, that you can probably be able to facilitate in that respect?
To clarify, facilitating inward flow of investment is just a small part of what we do. So we're primarily a non-bank financial services group. We started out as an investment banking company, and then we extended our operations to venture capital, financial technology, and then we own 2 microfinance banks, one here in Lagos State. So we definitely get involved in arranging financing for existing businesses to enable them to scale, expand their businesses, expand both geographically and also into other fields. We work a lot with MSMEs and SMEs, not just through our microfinance bank. We have 2, one in the north and one here in Lagos, but also through our venture capital business that is, even as we speak, building a fund, a $50 million fund to invest in technology-led African businesses. A significant chunk of those funds, at least 40%, is dedicated to Nigeria, and 20% of the fund is for women, women entrepreneurs. So inclusion is so important, financial inclusion is so important to us. The Honorable Pamsec has already mentioned that access to finance is a major challenge for both intending businesses and existing businesses who struggle to be able to scale. Now that's where we come in, and what I always like to say is that businesses are not just looking for funding, they're looking for the right kind of funding, what we call catalytic capital. Now, Anthelma Akiyo spoke about that earlier today, as well as His Excellency. First of all, they're looking for affordable funding, not the kind of funding that some of these, Shylock-ish institutions are providing, and people are, going bankrupt, and then they're being tortured with all kinds of, very inappropriate strategies. So first of all, they need affordable, appropriately priced funding. Secondly, they need patient capital that understands that this is a business that is at the early stage and it's going to take time to come. cycle. And very importantly, I say intelligent capital, because it's not every problem that you solve by just throwing money at it. So some of these young businesses, they need people to handhold them through. So we provide governance support and guidance, risk management support and guidance, help them to source the right management that they need in partnership with other institutions. So we have cases of businesses when we started with them, nobody will lend them 50 million naira. And today, we're able to take those same businesses and raise, through a quoted instrument, 1 billion naira for that kind of business. And all these in a space of about 3 or 4 years, because they've received the right hand-holding step by step. That's the kind of work we do. It cuts across debt, equity, quasi-equity instruments as well. I hope I've answered your question. Thank you.
I hope you can still hear me. Okay, yes. So let me come back to you, Pebek. If there are investors in the room now at the moment, I assume there are investors in the room. On one hand, what will you be telling them? Because I think what we hear, and even in the panel before us, Dr. Ajuluji talked about the macroeconomic situation and how that is pushing a lot, particularly for investors, even beyond the regulatory, the transparency we talked about earlier. What will you be telling them in terms of assuring that we really get through this on one hand? Then on the other hand, where do you see opportunities for collaboration, particularly with organizations like Lagos Free Zone, Lekki Free Zone, other free zone, actually in terms of that retention I mentioned? Because if you take out that infrastructure, earlier this week, I think the richest man in Africa, Dangote, made two very critical statements that trended. One is that without power, we cannot develop, right? And the other one was on 30% interest rate is not, you can't do anything with it as a business person, right? So even bigger companies are feeling the pressure of the macroeconomic policies, but what will you tell them? And what are the opportunities for collaboration to be able to really ease some of these burdens on businesses, particularly also MSMEs?
Right, great question. So I'll answer the second half of the question first. So opportunities for collaboration, if you think about the work we do at PEBEC, we consider it to be the soft infrastructure that businesses need to thrive. So you have the hard infrastructure like roads, electricity, train lines. But see, the regulatory environment itself can be a major enabler or can be a major detractor of growth. And many businesses have chosen to operate in Nigeria, right? In this same environment where businesses are living, Tolaram is stepping to the table and saying, we want to purchase majority stake in Guinness. That's a big commitment. And the regulatory environment not working, right, really slows down the growth of those companies, the growth that they need to seek. So I think that's the first point for collaboration with subnationals. And I'm very happy to say openly here that we have a very active, very productive collaboration with Lagos State government. I mean, where Lagos State goes, the rest of the economy follows. So that's definitely in play. At the federal level, it's really to drive more regulatory clarity. You have too many instances of regulatory overlap. So let's use the Lagos Free Zone as an example. Yes, it's a tax-free haven, right? Tax-free zone. But you will also have questions around, payee tax versus corporate income tax, right? Or questions around what happens when goods are coming into Nigeria, which is effectively an import into Nigeria, right? Basically drawing the right lines at the right points and making sure that each player along the chain is playing their role optimally and there's no conflict, there's no regulatory overlap. Now the message to investors, I don't work at Nigeria Investment Promotion Council, Commission rather, but I would certainly try my best. The message to investors that I would share is, I think the Nigerian economy is really at an inflection point, really. Yes, there's a lot of, sad news recently, but there's a reason why businesses are still here. And that's because the fundamentals are strong. We have people, we have resources, we have scale. We are a gateway to Africa, and we need to play to our strengths. And I'll say that Mr. President himself is the biggest promoter of ease of doing business in the country. Every opportunity he gets, he's talking about his commitment. And you have that same commitment across his most senior leadership in government. I'll speak to 3 specific things that have happened or are happening. Number 1 is fiscal reforms, right? Taking away the subsidy. Very painful decision, very painful effects on the Nigerian business population. But this has given the government room to spend that money elsewhere, right? So if you go to Abuja today, the road constructions are going on.
If you look at several parts of the Nigerian economy, train lines are moving now between Port Harcourt and Aba. Infrastructure is getting much better. The only reason we could do that is because of the fiscal reforms that happened. The second thing I would urge the audience to pay attention to are the tax reforms that are going on right now. There's a presidential committee on tax and fiscal policy reforms that's basically working to streamline the tax experience for businesses. Well, I think right now we have maybe 70 or 80 different types of taxes, depending on where you operate. The goal of that committee is to shrink that down to single digits. I think that's really ambitious. I think that's a major game changer. So for every business owner in the room, every investor, I say pay attention to that and also maintain very high expectations. The last set of reforms I will talk about are the regulatory reforms. And this, of course, is one of the things that PEBEC drives very directly. Where we're working with MDAs to benchmark against their sister MDAs in other jurisdictions. To say NAFDAC takes XYZ number of days to get a permit. Well, what happens in South Africa? What happens in Singapore? How long does it take? How many steps does it take? How many documents do they ask for? Do I really need a trademark registration certificate to register a product or not? And working with institutions like NAFDAC to really streamline that experience. That's an ongoing piece of work, and I think these three things are going to converge and really make a difference in the Nigerian economy. And the last thing I will say, because my home state is Lagos, is I don't think there's ever been a better time for collaboration between Lagos State and the federal government. So I'm actually quite excited about where the economy is going to go. Thank you.
They asked to actually close the session immediately, but I don't think it will be fair. Otherwise, it will just be like we're on TV if you don't give at least one person a chance to just ask a question. A question, please. I think I would rather want to have a question. I would prefer to have a lady, but if I don't see, okay, I'll take you, man, and then I'll take you, sir, because I saw your hand first. I'll just take those two, but just straight, your name and the question, please. No explanation, just your name and the question. Can we get them a mic? If it's not possible, can you project the voice? Let's try, because we don't have the time. Maybe move forward a little bit. Okay, mic is coming. Yeah, mic is coming. Quickly, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Aisha Ibrunke Mustafa. I'm the founder of Be Women Nigeria Limited. So she was talking about the cluster they have at Lagos. Can I continue?
See, can you just speak up?
Oh, she was talking about the clusters they have at Lagos Free Zone. And she did not mention agribusiness, fashion, and all.
You mentioned some sectors that you don't mention: agribusiness,
yes, fashion, yes, fashion, manufacturing.
Manufacturing.
Let me just read that. Agribusiness and manufacturing. She did not mention them.
So you want to ask if there is manufacturing,
yes,
and agribusiness,
yes,
as part of sectors that you accommodate in Lagos Free Zone? I think that's the question. Thank you very much. She will respond to that quickly. The second person, quickly. We are out here in the next 1 minute.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Gregory. I'm with Cosmopolitan University, Abuja, and Institute of Physics and Ecology. My question is one thing. You see, we can do a lot of all these things, and I am happy the speaker said that Lagos State and the federal government should be on the same page in driving innovation. But we must look at our currency devaluation. You see, no matter what we say here, if we continue to devalue our currency, we're going nowhere. So what do the panelists think about the current state of the Nigerian currency at about 1,500 to $1? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think 30 seconds more, just to confirm, and I'll give you 30 seconds, and 30 seconds, and we're out.
Okay, thank you. So with regards to the sectors that I mentioned, those are just illustrations of what is existing right now. You know, whatever there's a need for, we can carve out that space. So far, these are the areas that we have on board. So there's always time for a discussion. We have a stand outside, and our marketing team is around if you want to discuss further. Thank you.
Thank you. As a part of response to the second person that asked the question, I just want to inform you that Mr. Governor will be hosting an extraordinary session on corporate assembly, whereby many MD CEOs is inviting them right in this hall on the 9th of July to actually address issues pertaining to ease of doing business, if they really call for it. And then the special session is going to focus on bringing certain sovereign agencies that are beyond Lagos State to actually shed more light on a lot of these issues, currency issues from CBN, okay? We're going to talk about NAFDAC. We're going to talk about how do we harmonize inspection so that we have an enabling business environment. That is for one.
Thank you, sir.
Secondly, I'm also going to say for the levy, even if you don't get a space at Lekki Free Zone, there are so many industrial hubs in Lagos that are not 100% occupied. Rents are cheap. Some of them too, if you are into fashion, the equipments are there. So it's just a matter of having that information, okay? And then the Lagos Invest Lagos brand is out. And we also think the only way to promote Lagos is to have a brand logo. And we are not mincing words in taking that to any part of the country. We've been to Bahamas with it, we've been to Dallas with it, we've been to Europe with it, and we are generating a lot of...
Thank you, sir.
Imaginable. Also, try and look at Pricewaterhouse review. I think the medium, short, medium, and long-term look, a macroeconomic outlook for Lagos State is superb and excellent. So
yeah, thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. 30 seconds, please.
I'll address the issue about the currency. Beyond the responsibility that the central bank has to manage the currency, I want to take a long-term look at what is driving, the way our currency is performing. And at the end of the day, it's a statement on the productivity of the economy, and that is a responsibility for all of us. And so if we would produce more, our currency will firm up. And there's an advantage to having a currency that is, has such a low value, which is that there is no better time for us to be thinking of producing for export. So, and we have AFTA coming up, we have the whole of Africa, we're big enough, we have innovative people. Let's go producing and let's take this thing out of the domain of government. Thank you.
I couldn't have said it better. I agree completely with Dr. Sally.
Thank you very much. I think we just ended here.
Thank you.
To my panelists.
It's done for a group photograph. I'd like to invite the ES to join them. Welcome back, everybody, from your respective breakout sessions. We're going to the final activity for today, which is the plenary session. And we have quickly, let me invite the panelists. For those of us who are job seekers or in between jobs or would like to change jobs, we have a career fair ongoing. We have experts, HR experts, who can walk you through how you should go about the process. So avail yourself the opportunity. It's taking place upstairs. It's taking place right outside here. So there, you can ask the ushers. If you don't have your CV, it's fine. Just tell us about yourself and they'll be able to guide you. Quickly, let me invite the technical advisor on digital and entrepreneurship skills at GIZ, Digital Transformation Center, Beke Leoluwa Oshinawa, who will be moderating this panel. On the panel, we're going to have Mr. Segun Alimi, also from GIZ, representing Dr. Dewani. We're also going to have Femi Morana, Executive Director, Inlax Computers. And last but not the least, Koinsola Agosu, Chief of Staff of Number. So I've mentioned the three people who will be on the panel. One person from Number, one person from Inlax, one person from GIZ, and one person as moderator also from GIZ. Ladies and gentlemen, lunch will be served not long from now. I know that we've kept you for quite a bit. I'm going to ask that we please rise. Can we all stand for 1 minute, please, wherever you are? If there's an empty seat in front of you, please move to that seat. We want to fill up all the seats in front, fill up all the spaces to your left or to your right. Yes, take the opportunity to stretch. Take the opportunity to stretch. Please fill up the seats in front of you. We're going to do a special capture of everybody before we leave. Mrs. Toyin Sani is staying with us. She's not going anywhere just yet. The ES is staying with us. She's not going anywhere just yet. All the panelists are still with us. They're not going anywhere just yet. We acknowledge you for staying all through. Our partners, GIZ, Pinned Foundation, our partners and supporters, thank you. Thank you, thank you, and thank you. And that signals the beginning of plenary session 2. Over to you, Beke Leoloa.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Permit me to stand on all existing protocol. It is my pleasure to welcome you to this plenary session where we'll be discussing the digital economy, catalyzing the digitalizations of MSMEs in Nigeria, digital transformation within the context of business support and digital presence. With me, we have the Commission Manager of the Digital Transformation Center, Dr. Thueba Diwani, ably represented by Mr. Segun Alemi. Mr. Segun Alemi is the Technical Advisor on Digital Policy and Cooperation at GIZ Digital Transformation Center. Okay, we also have with us the Executive Director of INLAX Nigeria, Mr. Femi Muraino. And then we also have the Chief of Staff of NUMBA, Koinsola Agosu.
Thank you very much.
So just to give some context about this panel session, we all know that the digital economy provides a myriad of solutions that aid the seamless operations of enterprises across the planet in terms of credit, processes, operations, and much more. However, several businesses are yet to transition into the digital economy, causing them to remain underserved and excluded from growth opportunities. And so in this session, we're going to be exploring 2 main points. We're going to be looking at the critical role that digital transformation plays in shaping the growth of MSMEs in Nigeria, and also identify existing barriers and highlighting strategies for the digitizations of these enterprises. So we're going to start with you, Koinsola, if you don't mind. So can you please share with us what the role of credit platforms play in enabling MSMEs to access financing? What are some of the missing pieces in the puzzle that you've identified? And what steps can be taken to expand their reach?
Thank you very much, Beke. I think all protocols duly observed. I think that as regards to your question, access to finance from the MSME perspective towards credit platforms, I think that a lot of times it's been a numbers game from the credit platforms. It's been a numbers game of we just want to make profit. And I think that with the recent economic landscape in the country, there needs to be a level of flexibility that needs to be applied. In the sense that, a lot of times you look at the high interest rates and you look at the repayment models that have been involved over time. And I think that that is one part where the credit platforms probably need to be a bit more intentional with the fact that MSMEs, there are different categories. There are MSMEs that make their decent cash flows quarterly, monthly, daily, and so on. So I think that even from the perspective when creating products, even for the MSMEs, those kind of scenarios need to be put into perspective while building those things. And I think that's a good way to go about it. The barrier part also is we have a very polarized data capturing system, like my panelists have said. We had a brief discussion, And from ranging from NIN to BVN and all of that, there is no generic or standardized data program that credit platforms can key into to make informed decisions about the way they are meant to give credit to these MSMEs. And I think that with that, there's been a lot of mistakes, even from the credit platforms, as well as from the MSMEs themselves, because of the bad data records. The MSMEs cannot exactly tell you this is the period where we make the best cash flows from our business perspective, and even from the credit platforms also, they can't exactly tell you that this is the best repayment method to give these MSMEs that can help them even grow their business, because there is no point of giving loans to MSMEs or credit to MSMEs and then they cannot grow from that, because the loans and the credit platforms have to be an enabling factor for the MSMEs to grow their business. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that, Councillor. I really like what you said, that the credit platforms have to be an enabling avenue to support MSMEs. Thank you so much for that. Shegun, we're coming to you. What are the risks and opportunities and even barriers preventing MSMEs in Nigeria from fully embracing digitalization, also establishing a strong digital presence? And how can that be addressed, considering the challenges with cybersecurity, infrastructure limitations, and financial literacy?
All right, thank you, Becky, for that question. Greetings, everyone. I bring warm greetings from my head of project, Dr. Suwaiba Duwani, who I'm sitting in for today. It's 2024, and digital transformation is no longer a luxury; it should be a necessity. And because of the concept of digital transformation within a country that has a huge MSME, base, the word transformation sometimes signals something that is advanced, and with that advancement comes a lot of uncertainty backed by these risks and barriers that people experience. As a project that is focused on digitalization, innovation, and entrepreneurship, the Digital Transformation Center, we've conducted a digital maturity survey where we engaged over close to 2,000 businesses across the 6 geopolitical zones, 10 states in Nigeria. And a lot of things we continue to understand is that there's knowledge deficit. So there's lack of awareness with regards to what digital transformation really entails. In engaging, we began to understand that things like SMS, USSD code, internet, mobile applications, people sometimes don't know that can bring the much needed transformation. Even understanding what are the security risks that are inherent. So when you begin to think of things like that, you can begin to see the risks that are involved. They don't talk about barriers. We think about things of like, infrastructure barriers, like access to internet, broadband services, and the required tools that enable digital transformation. have a fantastic national digital literacy framework. How are we implementing it? Digital literacy is something I think is very fundamental for everybody. When I think of digital literacy from a point of employer and employee, I will take it back to education. Imputing digital literacy in our curriculum is the foundation. Because we talk of digital natives, digital citizens, how do you participate when you do not have the requisite tools, the skills, the knowledge, to be able to participate in the digital economy? So I feel digital literacy is very critical, and a couple of ways, training measures, you cannot undermine that. First of all, sensitization and awareness, because if you do not even know what something is, how do you know how to engage with it? Then for businesses, training measures, mentorships, pair learning, including it into the curriculum from primary to tertiary is very critical. That way we continue to have a pipeline of digital natives who will grow and be able to engage with the digital economy, contribute to it, grow it, scale it. Because we continue to get scale, and scale is very critical because the population of Nigeria is rapid. To use the demographic dividend, the digital economic dividend, we all need to get on board. And digital literacy is the foundation of the digital economy. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that, Shegun. So, Femi, I'm coming to you now. In your opinion, what strategies can be employed to enhance digital literacy skills among MSME owners and their employees?
Standing on existing protocol, my colleague said something now. There are two categories of people in Nigeria today. You have the young and you have the adults. When you talk about employers and employees as well, you need to classify them. For example, if you look at people that are into microservices or enterprise, how literate are they? That's a question we need to ask. And for you to be able to get these people to actually embrace this, you must find a way of collaborating with the government to achieve that desired result. I've seen over the years, if you get to some local governments in Lagos State, you cannot judge the standard of the country by the cities. Majority of the people are living in the remote area, and how do we get them to embrace this level? It is by ensuring that we provide a platform for them to be able to learn as well. So when you look at the case of employers and employees related, you need to bring them to the level where you know quite well that you can collaborate with the state government and the private sector plays a major role. Like the governor said today, he said if the private sector will drop 1 billion, he also needs to drop 1 billion. And what we're saying here is this: for every organization to survive today, every organization must embrace digital literacy. Today, most organizations, most individuals two aspects of it. Is that the government must also find a way of subsidizing some of these discussion as well. The private sector will also step in. What I also have seen so far is that there must be a mentorship approaches to people learning Nigeria. There must be mentorship. Today, somebody must learn to share his opinion, his ideas about what has been done in the past, so that it will encourage people to actually do something for the future. For example, today, let's look at it. If I want to audit an account of a micro enterprise or a small enterprise, that enterprise cannot approach before big audit firm. So what they need to do is that the Lagos State government must find a way of building a cluster or a pool of resources that can provide services to this small enterprise at a discounted rate. So at the end of the day, if you collaborate with the government and the sector is involved, mentorship approach to businesses, because there is no reason for you to do this and expect different results. If people have made mistakes before, why don't you learn from the mistake they have made to be able to drive new private sector fully involved, and the government must, like I'm so excited today, we must keep a pool of resources that will be able to provide this support to the government at a discounted rate. The government must actually be intentional about it to ensure that whatever people are doing will be monitored, and at the end of the day we are measuring the performance of all these things that is involved, whether in the private sector and the government sector.
Thank you so much for your response. Shegun, that must sound pretty familiar because within the GIZ's Digital Transformation Center, those initiatives you mentioned are in the pipeline. Shegun, would you mind just talking us through a little bit about the Go Digital vouchers and also the mentorship within the GIZ Digital Transformation Center?
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Becca. Just building on what cooperation and collaboration can look like. Because of the magnitude of businesses and population of the country that we have, we know that partnership and collaboration is very critical. So speaking about the Go Digital voucher, it will not be anything new to people who are familiar with Lagos Innovate and the voucher system. So what we are trying to do, because I mean, everybody, so you know, it's a good problem, like cognitive development. So all hands are always welcome. So the Go Digital voucher is a concept of subsidizing digital transformation services. And that's one of the interventions of the Digital Transformation Center in Nigeria. What we hope to do is to help non-tech MSMEs, you know, providing them with the support they need to transform digitally. And subsidizing that service is providing them with these vouchers. So the voucher can be, for instance, to set up an Excel system to get digital skills or training, you know, so the things that are required to be able to enable the institution become digitally transformed. So that's one of the things we're doing. And also we have one of our intervention areas is digitalization and entrepreneurship. Touching on that very quickly. So it's sort of a matchmaking, bringing digital innovation to MSMEs. And we're going to be developing a matchmaking platform. And what that will do is bringing digital solutions that have been tested and validated to MSMEs. So each platform will say, for instance, I need to set up to sort of like create my payment platform or payment system. Who can I check? You know, I go on this platform, I want to validate my payment system. I say, oh, okay, Shegun Enterprises does this, and I can reach out to them. Then I now have a Go Digital voucher. It now reduces that cost of digital transformation. And just also build on that as a program, something we're also going to be working on is the blueprint for digital transformation.
Thank you for that question. I think that we have an example. We look at the Lagos Innovate. You know, that's one of the programs that I feel like over the years has been able to directly impact people in the ecosystem. You know, from the support of the org, because if you look at orgs now, I work at a number, and you know, some of the people that we've interacted with have come out of situations like that. You look at workstation, you look at the malams where events have been held, and I think that situations like that and initiatives like that, you look at the MSME loan program. One of the beautiful things about that program, even though it affects non-tech SMEs, is the fact that after
part of our online audience, and he or she is asking how to learn more about data transformation for their small business. So it's a double barrel one, so you can answer together. Thank you.
I think it's a continuous assignment. I don't think you can ever say that you have fully engaged the customer, because I think the customer's life also evolves as life evolves. I think it's really just going to meet them, because first of all, the average market person will not leave their store. They would not leave their offices, because that is really where they are. Because even if you expand it, the reason why they cannot afford to leave their office is because of their store, is because they don't even trust the person that is there. And that's why I also said that intentionality also comes in when you're building products for them. Because if you want to really engage that person, then you have to solve that problem of trust for that person. That is when the person can listen to whatever thing you then now want to lay on top of it. So as regards that question, I don't think there is a one-size-fits-all. I do think that it has to be individualistic, but most importantly, it has to be continuous. And I think the constant engagement will give you more insight, more data to how you can help that business, because business problems are also peculiar. So you can't use the same thing you got from person A for person B, because there will be a mismatch. And I think it's just that continuous customer engagement, and really just trying to be empathetic also to the business owner, because that's really when you can connect with that business owner. I think I've been able to answer that because of the time. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. Femi, you wanted to add? Please go ahead.
Thank you. I think several years ago, I was involved in a project and we had to actually take literacy to the marketplace. So what we did was this. We went to the market, spoke to the head of the market, and he said, if you want to teach people how to read and write, you can only visit them and be available between the hours of, let's say, 12 to around 2. The reason they said that to us was, number one, during that period, it's not a big period for their business. It was something in the morning we are there, it's a big period. Anything from around 2:30 where children close the school is also a big period. So I think we can also adopt the same approach. Because one thing we need to realize is that whether we like it or not, we need to bring awareness in the country. The country has a job as a society, and we will deliver value to us as well. Because their children will be able to actually, they will appreciate it, and they're getting their children to be educated as well. It becomes easier. And that's, I think that will be the best approach.
Thank you. Shema, did you want to add something really quickly for this?
Thank you. Just carry out with the microphone. Ushers, please.
So sorry. So I'm just going to take it from the lens of the work that we do. So one of the interventions we have is digital and entrepreneurial skills for women and youth. And say consideration is very critical. So gender equality and social inclusion. So when we talk of these market people, how are we meeting them where they are? What tools and resources are we going to be using? Are we going to use like traditional means of like campaign material? Are we going to make time when their kids are not in school, or when their kids are at school rather, or when they are available? How can we meet them? How can we use SMS? How can we, so I think we need to think of innovative methods, to reach this imposed last mile and typically excluded group of people, to ensure when we design with inclusion, at the core of our work, which is what we do, it will enable us to really reach this group of people and make these resources and tangible to them, believable, and enable them to adopt it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We've come to the end of this panel session.
All right, please stand for a group photograph.
Good afternoon. I'm Edith Okibo. I'm the proprietress of Hellglow Montessori School. So during COVID, we had a bit of a situation. The children were home. Cut long story short, we, courtesy of Lagos Cares, were able to bridge that gap. Okay, so we became a hybrid school. But unfortunately for us, the children are willing to put in the work. They are ready to embrace the digital world. But we have a huge challenge at the ministry. When we get there, you notice they are still doing things manually and backward. And when you try to get them to understand the bounce to app, my question is, how do we move forward when the authority is still far behind?
Okay, thank you for your question. I do apologize, but I'm coming to you again because I know this is part of what you do.
Thank you. Very valid questions. And sometimes we say skills acquired and skills required do not match. However, what I would say is this is a systemic issue, and systemic issues require systems level interventions, right? So we're looking at the family unit, we're looking at the government. What I would say is, how do we bring everybody together? Doing policy work over some time, I realized that getting everybody in the room, getting everybody together to kind of understand. Because the truth is, even the educational system and the students, likewise the society, will be better off for this. So when everybody can say, okay, what I'm teaching right now is not relevant. Change is hard, we all know that, right? But when you can see reason, they say when you know better, you do better. So I would recommend that system level challenges require dialogue. So bringing all parties together, government, development organization, private sector, with evidence-based, so like research, backed by research, experiential storytelling and things like that. See reason, and I believe that gradually, not immediately, but gradually, change will permeate the system and it will be extreme.
Thank you very much. On that note, let me bring all of you together for a group photograph with the Executive Secretary of Lsetf. Please put your hands together for them as they stand. Bringing it all together. The final act for the evening is a fireside chat. I'd like to invite the Executive Director of Faith Foundation. She's been here all morning to listen to virtually every speech and presentation. Please give a warm round of applause to Mrs. Adenife Adeyemi and the CEO of Femi Handbags, Mrs. Femi Olayebi. And Madam Executive Secretary, I don't think there's any need for you to go down the stage because you'll be moderating this fireside chat. Right after this, we're having the closing remarks. Sherifa Balogun, please get ready. And then launch the ceremony. Okay, they're already seated. Good. Thank you. Please, I think we should move to the center. Please move one seat to the next. Yes, please. Thank you. Can we have the moderator, please? Executive Secretary. All right. Can we have the Managing Director of International Energy Insurance to join the panel? And the moderator is Mr. Hakeem Onosanya. Please put your hands together for the men as you did for the women. I'm particularly interested in the Femi handbags. Is that one of Femi's handbags? Who is the... are you an influencer?
Thank you.
Last but not least, Ms. Khadijat Abdulkadri of Ingrid Academy. Khadijat Abdulkadri, please.
Thank you very much, Babajide. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I have the toughest assignment here because I am in between you and lunch. So please forgive me. I'm going to try to make this as fast as possible so that we can be done. So to my fellow speakers, apologies if I have to ask you to answer in 10 seconds. It's so that we can have lunch on time. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the industry sit down, and it is called Putting It All Together, because we'll be having real life scenarios and answers that brings together all we've discussed today. So straight to it. Mrs. Femi Elayabi, we've been discussing about how partnership supports and catalyzes job creation. What is that one thing that partnership between public and private needs to do to ensure that the entrepreneurship ecosystem thrives? Theoretically, we say policy, we say this, but from being an entrepreneur for more than a decade, what's that one thing that needs to happen that you can say, yes, we are actually talking about PPP for job creation?
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much for inviting me to LSETF. I'm happy to be here. I'm not sure that there's that one thing. We've been talking about MSMEs all day, and I think that it's important to probably look at the what before we begin to explore the how. What do I mean by that? You have the common strands that connect different SMEs. And if I were to call a dozen businesses now and ask them what their biggest challenges were, I'm sure that we'd have they probably immediately reel out stuff like power outage, inadequate infrastructure, limited access to finance and all that. But I think that what then happens is what we really do need to do is scratch beneath that surface and find out, because these are big picture challenges. And I think that beneath that surface you have a whole set of smaller challenges. And that is where there's a missing link. I think that is where we actually really fail to explore. So, and I say that because in 2020, we had a partnership with Mastercard Foundation to train about 500 young people. And of course, Mastercard Foundation is a developmental agency. We are the private sector. So we have the expertise, we have the experience, and Mastercard Foundation brought the investment to the table. I found that the public sector was actually the sector that played the most insignificant role. And why is that? We had to buy our own diesel generator so that we would have uninterrupted power supply. We had to buy, we had to create our own curriculum because the Ministry of Labor and Productivity did not had an outdated curriculum. You know, so there was so much that we had to put in place. But what I find is missing is nobody actually consults the MSMEs themselves. Nobody's asking them questions, nobody's finding out what are your pain points. You know, so we cannot begin to talk about catalyzing growth when you do not even understand what their problems are. You know? So if you ask me what is that one thing, I think that we need to start bringing MSMEs to the table. We need to have a seat at the table, because we're the ones that roll up our sleeves every day. We're the ones that do the hard work, and we're the ones that can make suggestions. We're the ones that can give feedback, you know, as to if your support programs are working or not. So I think that's really what is missing there. The public sector does not involve the MSMEs, and I think it's very, very important so that we understand. We need to go back a bit to be able to move forward.
A round of applause for our ladies and gentlemen. And you can see that this is not like it's putting it all together, because this is the voice of MSME saying, everything you say without us isn't going to work until we come into the space. I go to Adenika DMA of Fitch Foundation, and we talk about access to capital, for example, and we say single digit, double digit, no digit interest rules. But have people say, where is the money? I can't find it. I don't have the money. So my question is, for the MSMEs now, which you've been supporting for years and that's your bread and butter, do you think access to capital and needed support gets to the last mile, gets to the SMEs that need it? If your answer is yes, tell us why. If your answer is no, tell us why. No, the mic is not on. So if the light is on it, then it's working. So let's be our sisters keeper and keep us sometimes.
Great, I'll just stretch. Hi everyone, good afternoon, and thank you, Aki, for the question. Fundamentally, one of the things that we have realized is that when you're looking at the access to finance issue, a lot of times it's very easy to simplify or it's a one thing. It's an actual question. And
from what you said, one, we need to customize the access to finance. It is not the money that the poultry farmer needs. It's not the same one that the fashion designer needs. It's not the same one that the school owner needs. So we also need to learn. We can't keep doing things and not be able to ask ourselves, what is working? Let's scale it. What is not working? Let's scale it. Thank you very much for that. You see, that's where the experience of supporting businesses for years comes in. Now, I'll move to business continuity. So very early in my career, I did the insurance certification exam, and I understand that we can't talk about business continuity without talking about insurance. And this question is for the only man who nobody has talked about here for my insurance. And it is, do we have enough conversations around small businesses and insurance? And why is that space not being catered for? Case in point, the NSAS protest led to business vandalization. When we supported business, by the time we did our findings, over 80% of those businesses had no insurance at all. Yet, when we are doing our pitch, we say Nigeria has 40 million MSMEs. Anybody should be selling to them. But how come nobody is selling? Or is that the businesses are not buying? They doesn't.
Thank you very much. First, my name is Olashuko Shodedola, and I am the MD of International Energy Insurance PLC. First and foremost, MSMEs requires attention because the market is large. In Nigeria, we have over 59.6 million. That is in terms of employment that MSMEs and SMEs are providing. That is they are responsible for. And then also, the latest statistics shows that we have over 41 million MSMEs and SMEs registered in Nigeria. And I can tell you that statistic was as at 2017. So by the time you look at changes in the economy and so on now, the number must have doubled. So obviously, there are so many people that are engaged in this level of economy. Now again, 48% of the GDP of the country comes from the SME and MSMEs in Nigeria. So do you see that it requires attention? Now, insurance flourishes in areas where there is numbers, and that is why they require the attention necessary. But what is the problem now? Even the MSMEs themselves do not know that they are bearing risk because they do not know the risks they are bearing. Then again, when you don't even know you are bearing a risk, how then can you even consider insuring or putting some controls in place? Some of the controls you put in place in order to bear the risk is, one, is insurance. There are various types of risk and the responses to them. Some are economic, which is related to operational, and some they are basically physical. For example, if you're looking at agriculture, the climate, the flooding, and so on, even fire. Other businesses, fire, burglary, fidelity guarantees, that is fidelity of staff, taking some of the things you're doing. How do you protect your business? If you don't have any form of insurances, the business is likely to go off the market. But if you know that this risk exists within you, then you can consider insurance. Now, what we have done is to partner with various organizations, partner with this particular organization to keep enlightening MSMEs, SMEs, so that they can at least have a knowledge of what is going on. Create the educational opportunities for them to know what they require and how they require it, at what cost they require it. Nobody thinks about insurance when you want to start a business, but that is within Nigeria. Outside the business, the first thing they want is insurance. Now, I will give an example. I used to have a driver who opened a business for his wife, and it was close to Christmas, so they stocked the shop, bought a lot of drinks, bought deep freezer, everything. And when he told me, I just opened this shop, I said, do you have insurance? He said, insurance? I said, oh, we work in insurance. Why not just buy a policy? How much was this policy? Less than 7,000 naira. And he bought it. At the end of the day, just 2 weeks before Christmas, there was an electrical fire, and the entire shop was gutted overnight. Now, he had even forgotten he bought a policy, and the next day he came back and mentioned it. There was problem in the shop yesterday night. And I said, I reminded him, but I thought you said you bought a policy, you paid for one. And he said, yes, he did. He now went home, brought the paper, presented it. Now, he spent only 300,000 in stocking the shop. But at the end of the day, he got 273,000 back. Now, that business would have gone under if there was no risk-bearing mechanism, which is insurance, something that can bring you back into business. Another example is a situation where even the key man can be affected. The key man, if there is any accident to the person who establishes the business, there are policies you can take that can help stabilize the person and even the business. You may have staff, there are policies that covers them. Fidelity, there are policies. But what we have done, and which is a new product that we're bringing to the market to cover this huge space that is affected, is the SME insurance product that we have created. It covers the fire risk, burglary, fidelity, personal accident, and even group personal accident. That is yourself, and the people that are working with you. It provides, in case of death, it provides death. It provides benefit for death in case of any accident that results in death. In case of permanent disability, something that can stabilize the owner of the business. Then in case of the staff, also, apart from these others, medical expense, recovery, it provides for it. Your staff goes to the hospital after an accident, you pay maybe 20,000, 30,000, 40,000, 100,000. That policy covers it, and you can get a reimbursement because they will always come back to you. Now, these are some areas that insurance takes care of. You may not think of it when you are starting. You may just be thinking of operational things, but please always, it is important you think of that business continuing forward. Thank you very much.
A round of applause for him, ladies and gentlemen. The beauty of it is that I asked him a question, he responded with a product. That is why you know you're talking to a CEO. Everything must be linked to the business. Thank you very much once again. Now I'll go to Khadija. When businesses are looking at scaling, nobody thinks of scaling via working with government. But you're scaling Ingrid Academy via strategic partnership with government. Why did you do that, and how has it been?
Hello everyone. Good evening, and thank you, LSCTF, for this invitation. Very honored to be here. Yes, speaking of partnerships, they're great partners. So I don't know. I think I've always been really excited about government. I know how that sounds, but I think it's an important part of countries, nation building, and even capacity building. And I'm in the business of capacity building. More than anything, the most important kind of capacity today, which is technology. Technology is so important, and I don't think we can go anywhere without it. Our businesses, our people, and even our country. And when we think about partnership with government, people always think about frustrations and, oh, they're never going to make it work, they're just going to be a bottleneck. But I've always believed you're easily able to achieve goals which both parties by themselves cannot achieve. So when it comes to strategic partnerships with government, I believe there are so much benefits to it, and I think it's even more important for smaller businesses, because of course I think the big businesses already know this. So you find corporate giants always lobbying around the government, trying to get policies that enable their businesses to succeed better. But then you find that smaller businesses are behind the scenes, not really, in fact, waiting often of the time for the government to roll out a policy before they engage with the policies, and often of the time having those policies not just work for them because they were not part of the process of developing, designing, and collaborating on this in the beginning. So I think that more than anything, I think smaller businesses today need to see the value in engaging sooner with the government, bringing, you know, these new ideas, innovations, and strategic plans that they have to the government, and supporting the government to facilitate the execution of this, so that policies are co-created, co-designed, and even faster execution will start to take place for both as a result. So for me, I think when we talk about why it's important, I think it's important for us because it creates an enabling environment, especially as related to policies.
A round of applause for her. You've gotten that secret that small businesses do not have, and now you've laid it out there. Businesses do not run away from government, you become big giants. Now, because we are in between my fantastic audience and lunch, I'm going to have just one fire question, and everybody's going to have the next 10 seconds to answer it. You've built businesses, you've gone the blood, sweat, and tears of entrepreneurship. What is that one advice you're giving to people physically with us here and watching online? One thing you think they should do or they should not do in the realm of entrepreneurship. I'll start with Mr. Olashopo, who turned the question to a product.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm not going to turn it to product this time. Please, when you start an SME or MSME business, it is very important you think about business continuity and whatever you have to do to ensure that the business still lives after you, please do it. And one of it I will always mention is insurance. Thank you.
Who knew I was going to say insurance? I knew I was going to say insurance. So you see, he's a CEO. Mrs. Femi.
Thank you. I think that research is very important. I think the younger ones do not take enough time to research exactly what they want to do. And it's important that in looking to start a new business or looking to start up a new venture, it's very, very important that you are curious. You ask questions. You ask really pertinent questions, because it's not just about generating revenue. It's also about getting some joy out of what you're doing. You know, so research. Find out, ask questions from people around you, get as much feedback, just so that you nail what it is that you want to do. And ask people about what their challenges are, just so that you then begin to use that as a basis to create either a service or a product. But please do be curious and don't just jump blindly into entrepreneurship just because.
Just because it's what is raining. Thank you very much. Research and being inquisitive. Thank you very much. So, Denika.
My comment will be to plug into the opportunities within your sector groups and associations. There's so much knowledge exchange that can happen when you are engaging with people who are facing exactly the same situation as you within the spaces that you are. And I think that that's the thing a lot of us don't lean into as well, as much as we can. What are the trade groups within in the spaces that you work in? Business membership organizations and groups. I don't know if NASMI, NASIMA, ASBON, for instance, is here today. They should have stalls out there today, because again, there's the power in the aggregation of the information. There's been so much opportunity opportunities that have been shared today, and part of the conversation was people just don't know that these opportunities exist. But the other thing is that you also can come as a pressure group, because you're speaking with other people within the same space, experiencing the same challenge that you are, and standing and engaging with government as one voice, well, potentially one voice, and then pushing for a lot of the change. So what are the groups around your sectors, your value chain, your businesses that are in existence? How are you engaging with? How are you challenging them with? Because some of the feedback we get sometimes is that people think that the associations are not effective. Then get involved. You know, get involved in those spaces. In fact, more often than not, when government is introducing new policies and new changes, they go to those groups. They are the ones that they engage with first. So that true. For me would be the major challenge and the takeaway for SMEs here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In other words, do not think of doing it alone. Do it as a group. Khadijat?
So I think for me it's really that you should think about scale from the day that you start your business. And scale looks like technology. A lot of small businesses sort of get lost in paperwork, and then they don't move, and then one day they wake up and it is a struggle and the solutions are too expensive. So become part of the technology processes very early in your business. Understand where you want to take your business and how much technology can support you on that journey, and try to do this very soon, because it is also part of your profit strategy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Adopt technology and adopt it as early as possible. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for my guests. Thank you very much, Mr. Olashupo. Thank you, Mrs. Femi. Thank you, Adenike. And thank you, Khadijat. If you have questions, you can hold them during lunch and they will answer them for you. At this point, I hand over to the MC, Mr. Babajide. Once again, a round of applause.
I invite the Executive Secretary to please join us as they rise for a group photograph, and at the same time invite Sherifat Balogun, Director, Strategy, Funding and Stakeholder Management, to invite the next set of panelists who will lead us to lunch. All right, yes, take position. Let's get this lunch started. We should cancel lunch. Okay, they said we should cancel lunch and move to panel 4. There'll be a crisis. That's what you just said. Sherifa Balogun, please. Director, Strategy, Funding and Stakeholder Management. Ladies and gentlemen, you have been a fantastic audience. You have given everybody who has come up stage a round of applause. Now give yourselves a round of applause. Thank you for coming. Thank you for registering. Thank you for coming. Thank you for defying the weather. Thank you for defying the downpour. I must very specially thank Mrs. Bola Adeshola, who's been here from the beginning, and she stayed the whole day. Please give her a round of applause. I must thank Mrs. Kofo Duro-Simieti for also staying this far. Vote of thanks, and we move to lunch. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I will start this vote of thanks with a huge thank you. Thank you all for giving us your time today. One part of our agenda couldn't happen, and it was that we had our beneficiaries, about 5 of them, come from their businesses to tell us what they have done and how they're linking this to the theme. I have a couple of these. There were about 5 of them. These are people who we had given 1 or 2 of our programs or enjoyed some of our support over the years and have become job creators in time. A school proprietress, a lady who learned one training or the other from fashion designing, another who got a grant for her business, her tech innovative business that's supporting disabled, visually impaired people in the society. I want to thank them. These are the stories that we want to tell over and over again. Thank you. We apologize again for not having you, but you know that we truly, truly are grateful for you. I will go on to say thank you to the board, the acting AS, and all of you who have come here today to share with us the vision for Lagos State on how we can move the agenda, creating jobs, facilitating jobs in Lagos State. We thank you for all of your recommendations, your questions, the online audience. Thank you so much. The rain tried it, but here we are. I also want to say thank you to the committee members, Lsetf. Thank you so much for your time, the ideas, the time spent. Some of them were here up until 2:30 a.m. this morning. And I also like to invite the committee members on stage, if you don't mind. Quickly, please, so that you can take a bow and let everyone see the spirit of Lsetf, and that when we come together, we truly, truly do great work. Let's have it, guys. Committee members. Committee members, Mr. Joshua, Christiana, Funlola, Shola, Larry, Ore, everyone. Let's show the real spirit of when we come together, what we can put together. Hakeem, ES, everyone, come on board. Babajide, Funlola, Chris, Chinemerem, Bukumi, everyone, thank you so much for your time. Mr. Dotun. Yes, please join us. Hurry up, Lola. Thank you, guys. Do you want to take your bow?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Okay, wait for years. Hey, years, you are doing Shakara before. How are years? Ladies and gentlemen, they are going to retake the bow. Please hold hands. Yes, they're getting the ES high five. Now go and take your position in the center of the middle. Now everybody hold hands. So we are going to spell Lsetf. Then when I say you all take a bow. Are you ready? L-S-E-T-F. I wanted to make sure she didn't join. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. We are now ushered to lunch.
Our partners and sponsors, please meet with Sherifa Balogo. Please, right now, our partners and sponsors, please meet with Sherifa Balogo. Every other person can please go on to lunch. Every other person can please go on to lunch. Our partners and sponsors, please meet with Sherifa Balogo to arrange for lunch. Please ensure that you have your bags and your phones and your devices on you. Please don't leave anything on your seats or on the floor around where you sat. Lsetf or Eco Hotel or Lagos State or the MC will not be responsible for any lost items. If you came with a human being, ensure that the human being is around you. Thank you.
we address employment, especially among young people, by equipping them with market-relevant skills. Our aim is to continually advance youth employability as well as boost their capacity for entrepreneurship. And so at LES 3.0, we will be sharing these insights and strategies as we explore further collaborations to address a major social challenge.
Welcome to Bayi, where our mission is to support MSMEs in Africa and the United States, driving growth and innovation across continents. Through the hub, we provide essential resources and a robust network of support, helping entrepreneurs turn their visions into reality. Our women's